Yeah, it's just connecting now, so.
Let me know when it's ready.
It's live? Okay.
Okay, so then it's my pleasure to welcome you all here. So I'm working for Textiles, who is the coordinator of Herewear. So we are really proud to be able to have our final event here in Berlin and to introduce you to our full day of Herewear. So what we will do all today, so we'll here in the forum have presentations on different topics. So we'll start with the Herewear vision, showing what Herewear is about and how it is linked to the policy which is ongoing to the goals of the European Commission. After that, we will go more in detail on the results obtained within the Herewear projects, with some of our project partners giving a presentation on their outcomes. After that, we'll see how Herewear actually looked around us and how did we obtain our outreach. We have some roundtable discussions around the pillars of the Herewear project. Then of course we also have our exhibition. I think you've all seen it already, so a warm invite to have a close look to all the materials that we have been developing and to discuss with our project partners. So this is the agenda of our forum. So we will start with the Herewear vision. After that we'll have a short coffee break and then go in detail on the Herewear project results. After the lunch, we'll talk about our outreach activities and roundtables, and then please also stay because at the end we do have our networking drinks to have a further chat on our Herewear project. So that's it as a very short introduction, and then
thanks so much everyone for coming today to this really special day. It's marking the end of a really great project. We've been working together for nearly 4 years now. And it's great to have everybody in the room here to sort of examine, question, lots of questions please. Questions will be at the end of every session, so I want you to be keeping your questions, and then, which is the broader context for the project. My name is Professor Becky Early, I'm based at UAL in London. We've got 5 speakers, and then we have the Q&A at the end, hopefully around 10 minutes, and then we'll be breaking for coffee at 11:50. So, without further ado, I would like to introduce the first speaker. So, most speakers are online. You're going to be looking at them here on the screen. And we have one speaker in the room, which will be Lynn. So, first up, we have our project officer, who is Anna Karen Renemo.
So, Anna, if you'd like to take over now, you have the room.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, good morning to everybody in Berlin and online. So my name is Anna Karen, and I'm really glad to be with you today for the final event of the Herewear project. In that unit VAB3 on biodiversity, circular economy and environment. And we monitor projects financed under the Horizon Europe program, which is the EU's current framework program for research and innovation. And we're also monitoring grants of Horizon 2020. And in my sector, particularly the parts dedicated to circular and bio-based economy, under which the Herewear project has been funded. And so the Herewear project, promoting bio-based, local, sustainable, circular wear, was indeed funded under a call in 2020 on innovative textiles, reinventing fashions, which was aimed at developing new processing technologies and innovative and sustainable bio-based textiles, and thereby making efficient use of resources, phasing out of microfiber release, and accelerating the development. The textile sector is among the EU's priorities in the context of the EU Green Deal, the EU Circular Economy Action Plan, and the EU Strategy for Sustainable and Circular Textiles, and a framework. For example, the recent revision of the Waste Framework Directive, with a focus on more circular and sustainable management of textile waste. And in a policy context, I'm really glad that two colleagues of the European Commission are participating as speakers in today's event. So we have Vincenzo Gente, Policy Officer from DG Environment, who will present the Waste Framework Directive, including the extended producer responsibility schemes in the context of textiles. And Paraskevi Filippoussi, who is Policy Officer in DG Research and Innovation, who will be speaking about circular bio-based textiles, R&I. So on a broader level, it's often said that the transition to a circular economy is not going fast enough, and we need more action to genuinely extend the life cycles of products and adopt business models that advance the use of secondary raw materials. And according to the Circularity Gap Report 2024, the world is in fact only 7.2% circular, which means there's plenty of room for circular action. And the latest European Environment Agency report on accelerating circular economy in Europe stresses that in general terms, waste management and even recycling is not enough, and we must place the focus on reducing resource use and design solutions. And textiles are indeed identified as a key product value chain with strong potential for the transition to circular business models. And systemic innovations play a key role in this, and both in terms of technological but also social, organizational, and business innovations. And so therefore we believe that Herewear and also sister projects that are also present in today's event, My Fine New Cotton projects, can make a considerable and meaningful contribution to these objectives. So the end of the Herewear project is approaching, and we're here today to learn about the project's final results. And such results can indeed showcase the work being done with EU funding in that area. And events such as today's events are also important in order to valorize EU project results and to harness new knowledge and new solutions and alternatives for a better future EU policy making. In REA, we always encourage projects to collaborate through clustering activities or through sharing knowledge and exchanging on. I'd like to thank the Herewear project for organizing this final event and for also having invited the sister projects and the Ecosistics network and also other relevant projects and stakeholders related to the field of circular textiles and fashion to actively participate in the event and to allow them to pass messages from their work and important R&I developments from their specific areas of work. And of course, we also wish to encourage projects to collaborate beyond the end of the project's lifetime and to continue collaborations within the established networks. To that end, I should also mention the Ecosistics conference taking place on 15th and 16th of October in Milan on circular textiles, and registrations for that open in July. And yes, with this I would like to wish you all an inspiring final project event and with many thought-provoking discussions. Thank you.
very much, Anna Corin. If you're able to stay for questions later, that would be great. Our next speaker then is Lynn van der Scheren from Centexbel, and they are the project coordinator.
Yes, thank you, Becky. So I'll just wait for the slides to appear. So I will give a short introduction, setting the scene of the Herewear project to remind you all what this is about, and then I will continue, of course, with more detailed information as well. So I just wait until it appears. Okay, thank you, Matthias. So here is just some general information. So it's a European project, innovation action. We started in October 2020 and we will soon end in October 2024 after running 4 years. So first of all, setting a bit what's the overall scope of Herewear. So on the one side we see how the clothing industry is still mostly organized at this moment. So we have the production of the raw materials, for example, in Middle East. Production of the garments is then happening in Asia, and then once finally the garments are made, they're being shipped to Europe. We use our garments, and at the end of life there is still a lot of landfilling and incineration. Hereby also causing the release of microfibers. So I think we all are aware that this is not at all a sustainable way of working with our garments, so we want to have a more sustainable solution. And with Herewear, our intention was to contribute to this change. And we want to do this by using, instead of fossil-based materials, bio-based materials. Also, of course, we want to have a circular value chain, seeing how can we repair, reuse, recycle our garments. And what we believe is if you want to work more circular, you also have to work more locally. And that's why you see all the circular hubs spread over Europe in the graphic. So to summarize, what's the Herewear goal? We want to become more sustainable by working on 3 pillars: the use of bio-based materials, circularity, and then the local manufacturing. And I'll just go a bit more in detail on each of the topics. So for the circular topic, we developed circular design guidelines, which will be later on presented by our colleagues from UEL. Then we also looked how can we make an optimized use of our materials. How can we reuse them? How can we repair them? We imagine and we understand that it's a quite complex thing, this circularity, and how to become more sustainable. So that's why we also developed some software tools to support the brands and the designers. And these tools are also available here in the exhibition to have a closer look at. Then we also worked on the labeling of the circularity, and then to end, if you want to work circular, you also want to avoid unintended releases, so that's why we also had a focus on the minimization of microfiber release. And also on this topic you can find more information in the exhibition. Then for the topic of bio-based, I think many of us know that in the clothing industry, cotton and polyester are the most used fibers. So we wanted to develop alternatives, more sustainable alternatives for these 2 materials. So for the cotton, we worked on cellulose, which was made from bio-based sources. And then for the polyester, we investigated the use of bio-based polyesters. Also, all the subsequent steps like coating, finishing, printing are being investigated to be bio-based. Then the last pillar is on the local aspect, and here we strongly believe in network manufacturing with a small-scale production which is as automated as possible via the use of microfactories. Of course, if you want to do this in Europe, you also have to have the actors in Europe present and to know them, so repair, reuse, but also potential recycling routes. A lot of work which had to be done with lots of different angles and expertise is required. Of course, that's the reason why we are working on this topic in a European project with a whole group of partners to get this done. And then to end, we would also like to show that the Herewear vision as a good example on how to get the textile strategy in Europe done. And then I do not want to go a lot in detail because results will be shown later on by project partners. But just to give already an idea on where did we get for the 3 Herewear pillars. So for the bio-waste, we showed that it's possible to make with bio-waste, the biosources, and to make good quality textile materials out of these. For the aspect of circular, we learned a lot about the design and that we have to make changes to the design in order to make it really, truly circular. For the loss on the local, we used our micro factories supported with digital technologies to make this happen. And this resulted in two really nice prototypes. We have our workwear polo shirt and the dress made of the cellulose straw-based materials. So we showed it's possible. Of course, we also need to have support to get this done, because making changes, making use of local European feedstocks, it also means higher costs. And in order to make it happen in the real world, we need to have the support from our public authorities. This is, for example, by the public procurement, by the setup of the EPR scheme, also by the eco-design for sustainable products. So this is something we really think is needed, and we do hope to get the support from the European Commission on this topic as well. So this is a very short introduction on Herewear, and then I hand over back to Becky to introduce our next speakers. Thank you.
Thanks, Kim. Great. It's been a real testament to the project that we've all worked together so well, and actually that the results that are here today are actually so strong, I think. Although I'm not the judge, I might be biased. Our next speaker, we've got 3 presentations now, and each about 15 minutes. Our first presentation is by Emma Enneborg from RISE in Sweden, that's Research Institutes of Sweden, and the topic of her presentation. One second, you just need your sound. Did you put your mic on, Emma?
You're on mute.
Okay, now. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation. I'm project manager at the Swedish Research Institute RISE. Lovely to be here. I'm going to talk about the future vision of local bio-based circular products and manufacturing in the EU. And when I got this request, I actually started to reflect and think about the countries got wealthy, so wealthy. So they built these big red wood houses, and now there are like big statues in the fields in the rural areas where I grew up. But the point is here that actually learn all about this in school, but this is a part of my cultural heritage. I am proud of these houses. I'm proud of this part of the Swedish countryside where I grew up. And I just started to think about this topic. It's not only about competitiveness of European companies or job creating. It is also about actually cultural, community building, identity. So imagine how the Herewear vision might have an impact on how people feel and think about their community in 200 years ahead of time, because this building is actually 200 years old. So I think that is important to reflect about the impact that we will have on the future if all these ideas will come to reality. Okay, I will talk a little bit about how to consume in line with the Paris Agreement. Some findings from the CISPAC project where we did 4 scenarios about the textile ecosystem. I will let us be inspired by some disruptive ideas and all the seeds that we can see, the signals that potentially can grow to something big. Okay, so what is consumption in line with 1.5 degrees? So you might recognize yourself or not. This is not my closet, but this is how many closets wardrobes look like. We consume a lot. We don't even wear everything, okay? You know about this, I think, about the consumption, but I thought I would remind us of the figures, the data. So it has grown. The utilization rate of garments has dropped by 36% between 2000 and 2015, probably even more since then. We now consume 15 kilos each per person. That is roughly 30 garments, new garments each year, and only 1 to 2 garments that we, on average, consume is a second-hand garment. So how will this develop in the future? Well, if we continue like this, it will be roughly around 40 garments, new garments. What would it be if we would consume in line with the Paris Agreement? How many new garments can we actually buy then? Well, one report says only 5 new garments. That is a dramatic change from now that we are going to achieve in only 6 years. But another McKinsey report is a little bit milder, and they, if we will perform better in all steps in the industry of textiles, it can be roughly 20% that needs to come from a reuse or re-commerce business model. So then roughly then 24 new garments can we consume new. Okay, so we can conclude that we need to consume less in the future, and also that we have a great fashion potential for the re-commerce business model, whether it's rental, repair, remaking, resale, that we prefer. This is already happening. The reuse market is actually growing faster than the retail market globally, so that's great. And Ellen MacArthur Foundation says that it has a potential to grow more, up until 20-30% globally, and more in Europe, up until 38% market share. So this means that it is no longer science fiction to think that this has a great potential, and actually it could be even perhaps 1/3 of everything. Why not? 1/3 of everything that we buy and 1/3 of the total market comes from this reuse, re-commerce business model. So that is what we want to achieve in 6 years. So let's start to apply the 1/3 rule. You heard it first here, and tomorrow you will all begin. Okay. But it's not only fashion that we could apply this in. This is numbers from old numbers, but the only thing that I got. But we could also apply this in other businesses. Machinery, furniture, marines, medical equipment, whatever. Remanufacturing could be, or needs to be, a part of all circular global value chains. So imagine if you would apply this. So let's go over to the textile ecosystem and how that could look in 2035. As we know, the future is already here. It's just unevenly distributed. So we can see the signals, we can see the trends, but we do not know what may impact the future the most, of course. So in the System EU project, we explored what will the future look like. We used the foresight method. We worked together with all partners. We had great fun, I can tell you. And we explored the uncertainties and the trends. And we asked ourselves, how can these trends and uncertainties impact the future? So we didn't want to have a desirable future. We wanted to explore and train on different possibilities. So we made a scenario matrix, and we decided that we think that the major things that will influence how the future will develop will be how the market will develop. Will the market be more global, or will it be more local or European? Will fashion or business models and consumption patterns will continue to be fast, or will it be even faster, or will it slow down? So these are the dimensions, the matrix where we developed 4 scenarios. I will not go through them all. You have lovely videos that you can find on LinkedIn, so you can go and look them up there. I will talk shortly about the local markets, because that is why we are here, and we want to learn more on how that can grow over the European markets. So I will focus here a little bit. So basically, in these two scenarios, we imagined a future, one where actually these e-commerce business models, they flourish completely, and we prolong all garments' life, and we repair and we remake and we remend and so on. And on the other part, there's still European flourishing markets, but it's a little bit faster. And in this scenario, you don't even own your garment. You just have a subscription, and you get updates through an app or whatever digital platform you use in the future. So, but perhaps the future actually have a little bit of both of these two scenarios, where then we see how we can get to this future is by having more affordable local services, repairable services, where we need to have more of perhaps the semi-automated processes where things can be a little bit faster, a little bit cheaper, and where we need to have more skilled labor, because this demand requires a lot of us. And in the scenario where we still have a little bit more of a slower fashion, we believe that the smaller companies may flourish a little bit more. On the other hand, where we have textiles as a service as center of this scenario, we believe that we need fully automated solution, because it needs to be really, really fast if we want to have this subscription model as the center of how we consume. And we also need a very developed. These are two developments that may be what a European more dominated market may inspire us, hopefully. So here we have a Swedish startup, and they have done a new design and producing process. It's like an industrial origami. So what they can do is actually that they can, for sure, reduce weight, and they use less components and less material. So that's why it's incredible for making it easier to do remanufacturing, but also, of course, it's less materials, so therefore better for the environment. But so they have started to do some prototypes. So imagine if you would implement this on other production products, you would have a very more efficient and more circular value chain for sure. Here we have a building in Oslo, and what's special with this is that it's made from another old building, basically. So they took all the materials, reused it, and put it into a new building, and did this beautiful patchwork of construction. I think it's beautiful, but I think here it's the scale that is impressive. They've done a whole building made from an old building, and really shown that it is possible. Why not make wastewater our, source for new materials? In this example, it's bioplastics. And this is from the CCTOC project. I think this is brilliant. It is a semi-automated repair station. So basically, we don't replace people, but we just help them do a repair faster. It can save 10 to 40 minutes. It's going to be tested now during the autumn. But I think if we can scale this way of working, that we can automate some part of the process, making repairs cheaper, because basically it's too expensive now. We need to do something if this is going to scale. So if we can apply this on more processes, products, I think this can actually be a fast development of making garments live a longer life. Some seeds, things that we can see now that are happening, and it might be what will fail in the near future. So we have Inditex, they are already doing this. Reuse and second-hand, will they apply the 1/3 rule? We will see until 2030. Will we have that courage? We hope. And here we have some Swedish example of it's art basically, when they use second-hand garments and clothes, and they do beautiful work of pieces of work. But I think this is done in every country in Europe. It's hard to scale today, but I mean the knowledge is here. We can do it. Who wouldn't want to be dressed like this? Perhaps not all of us, but I would. And then we have, this is the Swedish trains. They have remanufacturing the steel, so they just put out old. So this is an old steel in a new train. So they saved 5,000 tons by doing in this way instead of selling the old trains. So it's done today and it can be done. This is from car manufacturing. This is an old component. It actually looks like that, literally, and then they refurbish it or remanufacture it, and they can use it again. So we have the knowledge, that's my point. Here we have Swedish municipalities, the organization for all Swedish municipalities, and they have done a legal framework on how municipalities can procure. And also, just an example, it's only 80% of the Swedish municipalities actually have procured or remanufacturing IT product. So we have a long way to go, but it's a big potential. Okay, I was fast. Thank you.
Thanks, Emma. That was wonderful. A glimpse into the future. It's fascinating. See if you can hang on with the Q&A. I've definitely got a question for you I'd like to ask, but thank you so much. We're going to move swiftly on to our second of these three presentations. We now have Vincenzo Genti, and he's going to talk about the EC textile policy. Tess, do you want us to do it? Or should it kick in automatically? Yeah. Should Vincenzo, can you put your mic on and get your slides up?
I'm there. Yes. Here, yeah.
Yep.
Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the invitation and for the very interesting presentations so far. So I will now, let's say, give you an overview on the revision of the waste framework directive, so maybe not so exciting as the previous presentations, a little bit more bureaucratic, but still I think very useful for the textile sector. Just to present myself, I'm working as policy officer in the Directorate General for the Environment that was adopted by the Commission last July, but it is now under the co-legislation process, so it might be that during this process with the co-legislators, with the European Parliament, the Council, some of the provisions may change, but at the moment I cannot tell you which ones will change, so I'm just sticking to the initial Commission proposal. This is just to give you a little bit how it goes. So I will briefly introduce the main elements of the Commission proposal that are the extended producer responsibility scheme for textile, where I said textile, I mean also textile and footwear. The producer responsibility organization that will have to manage these EPR schemes, and the general rules that apply for textile waste in general. So for the main element of this Commission proposal for what refers to the textile sector is the definitions posed by member states, EU member states, into national laws. So we set the frame at EU level, but still the EPR schemes will be managed at national level by the member states. So we have been introducing standard producer responsibility for textile to very specific categories of textile that are reported in the annex to the Commission proposals. And these and producers will have responsibility of these products when they make them available for the first time within the territory of a member state. The producers are also defined in the regulations, in the Commission proposal, and we define producers in a very specific way. I'm not now listing them on the screen, but what it's important maybe to notice is that we are excluding, for the moment, from the definition of producers, micro enterprises and self-employed tailors. So we want to reduce administrative burden for very small entities like micro of specific activities mainly for the managing of the end of life of their products. So they will have to cover the costs of the collection and management of used and waste textile, the ones that are listed in this annex. But not only this, because we also would like that producers contribute to research and innovation, so part of the cost that they will pay will also be used for research textile. So it's a broad list of activities that is listed in the Commission proposal. The producers that will make available on the market of our member states their products, they will also register in a producer register. There will be 27. The other element of the Commission.
We've lost you, Vincenzo.
Sorry, I'm there.
You're back. Brilliant. It's your slides have dropped out.
Sorry, I'll try again.
We can
So
see
coming
you.
back?
We can
I'm
see
there.
you.
Is it okay now?
It's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. So I was saying that what we would like to do to achieve with this Commission proposal is that the obligations of the EPR schemes are fulfilled collectively by all producers. So producers have to come together in a so-called producer responsibility organization that will, let's say, be in charge of the collection system of used and waste textile, and that will also collect the fees that producers will have to pay. And these fees will be based initially on the weight of the product they make available, the producer make available on the market, but we also envisage that other sustainability criteria will be used to eco-modulate these fees, as we said, and this will be likely based on the sustainability criteria that will be set up in the frame of the extended producer of the eco-design for sustainable product regulation. The textile one is on the priority products, so there will be work ongoing to define some other criteria like durability, recyclability, recycling content, and these will be then used by us to set up some criteria for eco-modulating this fee. In this way, we hope to incentivize producers to design products in a more sustainable way, because the more sustainable the products, in principle, the less fees they will have to pay to contribute to the EPR system. We also working together with the JRC, the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, to some criteria to define when the collected textile ends becoming waste, in order to have some harmonized requirements in all member states and to get the best out of the textile that is separately collected. So there is, in terms of general rules for textile, there is already an obligation in the Waste Promo Directive that is actually in force, that is to have separate column. In this Commission proposal, we have further specifying that the textile that will be separately collected is going to be considered as waste upon collection. So regardless of the indication that you might have in the bins for its waste of reuse, we would like this to be considered, legally speaking, as waste, because this will facilitate or will reduce the risk of free riders that put up bins there during the night, collect used textile, and they don't know what happens about this textile. But also, on the other points that are on the slides, we would like to reduce the practice of illegal shipment of waste textile that is disguised as for reuse. So by defining everything as waste, then to ship used textile, we will be producers or other economic operators will have to carry out sorting operation to define that the textile that is there is really fit for use and can be reused in the destination country that is going to be shipped. And what we like to do is also that what is collected and is treated according to the waste hierarchy, so we like first to give a priority to reuse operation where possible. This is a little bit the timing. So the 1st of January 2025 is already set there. There's going to be the obligation for member states to set up separate collections for textile. But then, as soon as the co-legislators will agree on the final text of the directive, the implemented directive, and will be entered into force, member states will have 80 months to transpose it into national laws. We are expecting, but very tentative and indicative timing, that the process for the co-legislation to adopt the Commission proposal will be end of this year, beginning of next year, hopefully, if everything goes well. But still cannot really say. And then, in addition to the transposition, there will be 30 months for member states to set up the standard producer responsibility systems in each member state. There would be also other initiatives I was referring before, like the work on the SPR, on the waste criteria, and this will be likely then for the SPR, there will be following the delegated act of the SPR, there will be implemented acts to set up the eco-moderation fees, and for the end of waste criteria, the JRC is working on it, and we hope that by the end of 2025, beginning 2026, we will have new end of waste criteria for textile. So just to conclude, this is where you can find other additional information on the work on the Eco-Design for Sustainable Product Regulation. There are already documents that are looking specifically at the criteria for textile. They're online, you can consult them. Then another important element linked to this waste framework, the revision of the waste framework directive is the waste shipment regulation that regulates the shipment of textile waste. So in the waste framework directive, we are regulating, or we are adding some new requirements for the shipment of used textile. For the waste shipment regulation, then that is entering into force last April, if I'm not wrong, we regulate the shipment of waste textile. Regarding financial support, I think as you're part of involved in European projects, in the slide you can see the main funding programs that are supporting projects on textile. These are either managed by the Commission via the executive agencies, or also at national level integration policy for regional funding. And you can find for the direct management part funding, you can find all the calls, all the information in the EU funding and tender portal. There you can find all the different programs and calls that are open at the moment, and also link to project results. So it's very useful to get an idea of what's going on in terms of funding and projects already funded. Then I think this was also mentioned by Anna Karin. I guess you're aware of the European Community of Practice for Sustainable Textile Ecosystems. There where you can find projects on textile and see what's going on, and maybe also become part of it if possible. And other useful information for you, it's you can find the European Environmental Agency website. There's been a recent report brief on used textile, 2 or 3 weeks ago was published, and then in the JRC website, where you can find many technical reports that were also used in support of the amended directive. So I think that's here from me. I think there will be question and answer at the end of the session.
Yes. Thank you so much. That was super interesting. So we're really beginning to see a bit of the landscape that the Herewear project results are feeding into. With Emma, we're very much seeing, I loved her projection into the future and the kind of the technique of the project of actually long-term thinking. It's such a sort of rare way of working, and those methods of foresight, design thinking, backcasting, so important that we actually are doing all of this in order to head into the right direction and to ask questions like, how can we contribute to happiness in the future? And then from Vincenzo's presentation, we're beginning to understand this landscape, this emerging landscape of regulations, systems, actual initiatives coming into play. And so for the Herewear project, how are our products feeding into that? How have we considered what's coming online and how our materials, products and processes fit within this emergent framework? So our final presentation then for this session is from Paraskevi Filipuzzi, who is going to be talking about the EC Circular Bioeconomy, Textile Research and Innovation.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you can see me and hear me as well.
We can.
Perfect. So, thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm coming from DGRTD within the European Commission, Unit B1, the unit working on green transition, and especially we focus on bio-based systems, but also circular economy, research and innovation. So on the general context, of course, we start with the Green Deal and then moving to the Circular Economy Action Plan and the Textile Strategy and the pathways for textile ecosystems. So it's clear also from the presentation given by Vincenzo that it is a high priority for the Commission, considering the high pressure posed by the textiles in terms of the use of raw materials, including water, greenhouse gas emissions, but also microplastics pollution. So it's important to stimulate the transition to circularity, but also higher sustainability and safety. And within that framework, of course, the systemic change across the value chain is crucial, but it's clear that there also are R&I gaps that still need to be addressed. This is especially true when we want to move to higher NTRL, but also lower technological readiness levels, so more breakthrough innovation. So we have to tackle, let's say, both areas, which is something that we take into account within RTD. When it comes to the bio-based textiles especially, there are several areas of focus. So first and foremost, the feedstock availability, sustainability and quality. And this includes how we can integrate a bit more the use of the valorization of alternative fiber sources. So one can think, for instance, waste fibers use. And then how we can increase the range of bio-based fibers. And this, of course, includes the synthetic fiber, the natural fibers, but also the synthetic bio-based fibers. One will look into the market today and we will see that the majority is synthetic fibers with a 64% and cotton 22%, both being associated with environmental problems. So one thing is to look in the beginning of the value chain, the feedstock, but also how can we innovate on the biorefining, so the actual conversion of the feedstock into fibers and later into textiles. And of course, circularity and greenhouse gas emissions are important, but it's the overall sustainability and the safety of the production. So For instance, can bio-based compounds provide alternatives for the production of textiles, where there are a lot of issues today in terms of environmental pollution. So it can touch upon solvents, coatings, dyes, surfactants. And a little bit less technical, highlighted here, but also still very important, is how can we stimulate multi-stakeholder collaboration and the industrial symbiosis, but also, not mentioned on the slide, but also the industrial urban symbiosis can be an important aspect. And of course the end of life aspect, so towards the end of the value chain of the, how can we address this, but not only for the bio-based textiles per se, but also blended composition. So blended meaning bio-bio, but also bio-non-bio blended compositions. So circular by design is something not only relevant for bio-based, it's an overall principle also for other types of synthetic textiles. So we need to better design them for improving environmental performance, improved durability, repairability, recyclability, but also safety. I bring this and highlight this again. Given the use of substances of concern, but also substances of very high concern, that also has to be addressed. We see the need also to increase the recycled content in the final products and increase the upcycling, and also reduce the release of microplastics and microfibers, which we see both at the production but also at the use stage. So what do we do concretely? And I'm going to focus more on Cluster 6 of Horizon Europe, because I want to mention this already, that we have another cluster, Cluster 4. There are other colleagues, another unit within DZRTD that is looking also into textiles, for instance, through their partnership process for Planet. But I will be focusing what we do mainly in Cluster 6. I think Vincenzo showed before, we have a partnership, which is a joint partnership between the Commission, but also the industry. So the Bio-Based Industries Consortium, which is a few hundreds of members representing the bio-based industries. And there we have a 2 billion public-private initiative, so quite substantial. We had the first work program of CBE in 2022, but before that there's a predecessor of CBE, BBI, JU, which also involved a number of projects that look across the whole value chain, from feedstock sourcing to its valorization and the end of life of bio-based products. It will be operating along Horizon Europe, CBJU. Let's see if there will be also a successor. And I wanted to bring into your attention some projects that have been already funded, and some of them have been completed, others are still ongoing. And they touch different TRLs. So for instance, when it comes to RIAS with an NTRL of 4.5, you see here on the screen 5 projects. For instance, the 2 ongoing projects, Bioglass and FIPSAN, both of them going on until 2027. They look, for instance, Bioglass on valorizing underexplored biomass resources, such as forest residues, seagrasses, herbaceous crops, to extract high-quality fibers that could be applicable to textiles, but not only. FIPSAN also looks into novel fiber value chains with a different type of feedstock in mind, and again covering products that they are relevant to the textiles, but also, for instance, construction and the automotive sector. And there are 3 completed projects, GRID, Glavcos and Neocell, that all of them, they look into fibers basically, and different processes in order to produce them for different types of feedstock, like cellulose pulps, for instance, or wood, let's say woody biomass. And I want to highlight Glavcos, for instance, because they look into coatings that they are relevant not only for textiles, but also fishing gear. So looking also into the fishing industry applications. For innovation actions, where we go to higher technological readiness levels, so 6, 7, there is an ongoing project which will be completed next year in 2025. It looks into an interesting type of feedstock, so feather waste, And part of the products is covering geotextiles, which is also, on the one hand, effective looks into producing innovative bio-based polyamides from sustainable feedstock and how to validate them in consumer products and how to close the loop, including options for regeneration, recycling and composting. And the biomotive, as part of the project, looks into upholstery fabrics. And when it comes to moving forward, of course, what you see is up to annual work program 22, what I showed just coming in from the annual work program 24, that is still open. So there may be still many relevant to bio-based textiles projects coming up. And I want to highlight the fact that, and you can find in the link provided more details about the full program, but I already want to bring into your attention these three topics which could be relevant to the textiles, especially the first one, which is a flagship. So flagship goes up to TRL 8, and it includes the full value chain. So it's about bio-based value chains for valorization of sustainable natural fiber feedstock. So usually we have one project there of 20 million. And then also to highlight one EA, which is about bio-based materials and products for biodegradable soil applications. Here is not dedicated to textiles, as you will go through the call, but part of the potential application includes geotextiles. And the third one, the RIA, is about biotech routes in order to produce bio-based chemicals or materials that could replace animal-derived ones. And again, this is not only limited to textiles, but one can think of some textile-related applications. Also, I leave a link which has more slides and recordings from the info day that took place recently. But okay, one thing is CBE, but it's not the only thing that we do in Cluster 6. So we are trying to look into complementary areas and to have topics to also fund projects outside of CBE. On bio-based textiles, but also circular textiles in general. So you see some example of topics that they have already been closed, and one, for instance, the first bullet point, look into production of the bio-based textiles. So not only how to have circular textiles, but also how to address zero pollution aspects during the production and use of the textiles. So we already know the project that you see on the screen, Cellfield. And then the second bullet point, it was a topic where it's a RIA topic, where we try to look into safe and sustainable by design, bio-based chemicals, additives, materials, or products as alternatives in areas where we have products where the recyclability is actually challenging. And this was not only covering textiles, it was also covering other areas. The projects are just starting, so more info will become available, but I can already tell you that the projects, granted, they will already be looking into problematic chemicals that they're used in textiles production. So keep an eye on this. And then also in the past we had some other projects that they look into the circularity of textiles and other types of value chains. So I highlighted below some of the projects that they have been relevant to textiles, so T-Rex, lifecycle, and Sisutak, which was mentioned before. And one thing is, the circularity, the safety and sustainability are important, but also how to, as part of this circularity concept, how to also increase the fiber-to-fiber recycling. So that can be done through different means. It can be through mechanical, thermochemical, thermomechanical, chemical, and enzymatic recycling. And here you see highlighted two calls that actually the deadline was quite recently closed, so in February 2024. The first one looking into aspects of sorting, recycling, and design for recycling, so covering this fiber-to-fiber recycling. And again, this now is not limited to bio-based textiles, so because we know that there is also a large part out there which is not bio-based. And then the second aspect is about circular solutions for textile value chains based on the EPR, which was also mentioned before. So to analyze how this kind of schemes can improve the circularity of textiles, to assess material composition in a wide range of used textile products and waste, and then to test separate collection options for reuse or end-of-life treatment that could be enforced through EPR schemes. So we don't know yet the exact aspects, first on digitalization. One thing is about collecting data and exchanging data, but also traceability. How can we improve on this? And then the second aspect is about AI and IT tools for better design of textiles for the sorting aspects, but also of the optimization, either the design phase or the recycling, for instance. So I leave two topics. The first one already has 2 projects granted, it's already from 2020. And the second one is about digital information systems for bio-based products that could be potentially relevant. Also, the deadline was recently closed, for instance, on the traceability aspects. So moving from the digitalization aspects to something also to keep in mind, maybe as a horizontal even aspect, if not some kind of dedicated topic of how can we improve on business models and consumer behavior. Different aspects to consider is the products as a service, how to prevent overproduction and overconsumption. I think some aspects highlighted in the previous presentations. How to develop innovative business models to improve on how to reuse, how to repair these types of products, and how to have more sustainable purchasing behavior, because you can have as much circular textiles or bio-based textiles as you wish, but I think this overconsumption needs to be addressed. And that encompasses the behavioral change pathways to reduce demand. So I have to say that in topics that you saw before, for instance, the one for Program 23 for Cluster 6 on production of textiles.
Looking at the future, and you're seeing a future for how it could be even more integrated, even more stimulated and involved in the industry. But I'm going to put a tricky question to you, which is based on the news that's happening at the moment, and companies like Mara Hoffman that have just gone under. Based on your research, I mean, these are the sustainable brands that have hung in there for a really long time, making clothes from sustainable materials in sustainable ways, but not necessarily having a resale part to their business. Do you think this might be a good way for some of the fashion companies who are in crisis to sort of, what do they say, stay alive until 2025, I think is the current advice for brands? Do you think this resale, reuse, repair, renting might be something that these brands could take on right now and help them survive? How do you see it?
Well, I think that's a great opportunity, because if you have a good product, a quality product, probably someone else is, earning money from that product today in a resale market. Either it's the consumer themselves in a platform, or it's some sort of a resale company. So I think for all there is a potential. So I think, and there's also services that companies can use. They do not need to invent this for themselves. There are platforms that they could tap into, so they can start to sell their garments, reuse some way through these services, or they can of course also start an own platform, or if they do it not digitally, they can also do it in stores, of course. In Sweden we see all these kind of examples right now, how fast fashion brands start to explore how they can go into the reuse market, and I think that is crucial. I think with the going from the linear to the circular business model that your consumers prefer.
Brilliant, thank you. And of course, this whole project discussion this morning has been very much about bio-based materials. And one project that consumers' behaviour, the longevity, the repair, and sort of end-of-life activities. Does anyone have a question about the project more generally? Jessie's at the back there, yes.
Well,
in Herewear, we've also been looking at the local dimension. And I found it quite interesting. What do you see as the transition path for the companies that are locked into global supply chains?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of the question because I didn't hear?
I'll rephrase it. What do you see as the prospects for the two scenarios at the top of your diagram, which you did not explore? Because I found your exploration of the two at the bottom of the diagram quite interesting. But then I wondered, what do you think are the prospects for the two at the top of your diagram?
Can I add to that question to open it up to the other speakers as well? Because it's really a question about textiles being big business. How can the small companies embrace these new models, these new systems that are being laid out there for them by the research, by the investment, by the infrastructure that we've just seen presented? But how do the companies transition? What are the opportunities?
I can go first if that is okay, but I think what these four scenarios have in common is that they all needed some sort of push, right? Economic incentives and policies. Because to make this transition, basically, if you boil it down, consumers need to be incentivized to buy something that is probably more expensive, but also more sustainable. So perhaps we had low imagination or something, but well, even though we go, for this global value chain, still depending on raw materials from other parts of the world, or if we would go to a flourishing, European market with dominance of repair options and so on, we see that the one thing that they have in common is that we need to hard to say in English, we need incentives to consumers, because today, I mean, it's hard, I mean, it's too cheap, basically. And it's too hard to go for the better choice for a consumer. We have to make it more easier. And also, if we want to have a reuse market, or if this market should flourish, we need also to make it a better deal for the consumer, basically.
Thank you, Emma. Any others in the speakers group who'd like to come in about any angle, actually?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that indeed part of the incentives is what we presented, so to provide funding, because through these projects we have academia involved, but also industry, in order to take forward some of this research and innovation, but also the policy incentives that Vincenzo presented will drive change. But I wanted also to highlight the aspect of international cooperation, which is something we need to provide, like within the context also of the RNI projects. And in fact, I would like to know, as part of your project, to what extent you included international partners. We try to formulate it also as a requirement, often in the scope of topics, to include international cooperation aspects, because it's true what Emma said, that it's one thing what we do in Europe, but it's also to look externally and to what extent we can drive change beyond the European borders.
Thank you, that's a really important point, yeah. International cooperation, making these systems realistic, scaled, and functioning properly in the next era. Great. Oh, Fred, one more question.
To answer to that, we had been a role in the consortium with these Americans, and also in the community there are people who have joined who were from Asia, Pacific Islands, Americas, so I think we had an international print even in Herewear.
Yes, brilliant, because we had the partners that were really looking to build that community right at the outset. And I'm going to have to draw a line under this session and send, one hand up. Okay, we're going to make time. Vincenzo, would you like to come on?
Just not about the cost of the clothes items that are some cases too low, but it's also, we have to try to make really people aware of what is behind cloth items, the water that is used to produce it, the energy that is needed to recycle it at the end of the life cycle. So we have to make sure that consumers make choices in a way that it's also linked to the sustainability of the products they're going to buy.
Thank you, that's a really important point. Thank you so much.
That's very important.
And to end on that point now for circular fashion, I'm going to let you go for coffee, but that was a really interesting session. I want to thank you all very much. Thank you very much to all of our speakers.
Oggi ho so quindi mi compro una sigaretta. No, no,
Thank you for the invitation.
Can I ask you something, Matthias, because
Jaz imam kursu v mojem, kot mi lahko, in četvrti vidikost.
We don't have Wi-Fi.
We keep Wi-Fi.
question is, do I need to pay any tribute to the other projects, or I just do my own thing? I also sent you my version. But actually, maybe I'll. And even if not.
Second
on?
Switch it on.
Ah, okay, then could be that. So we'll start with the presentation by UAL on the design guidelines and how we worked on this topic. Then TNO will tell us more about their biorefinery activities and how they made from bio-waste a valuable input material. Then Antje from the ITF will tell us more about the wet and the melt spinning. And then Willem from Centexbel will talk about the fabrics and all the finishing, coating, dyeing which was performed on our bio-based fabrics. And then to end, our two end-use partners, Midwell and Bretena, will show their prototypes and explain how these have been developed. So this is translated into the following agenda. So we will have 3 presentations, followed by a Q&A session. So please keep your questions in mind for the Q&A. And then we will finish with the 2 other presentations, followed again by a Q&A session. So first, I would like to give the word to Becky and Leticia from UEL, who will present our design guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Leticia, you can come up. So I'm very quickly just going to say hello. I was the work package leader on work package 1, which was the design strategy. We developed the 10, the Bio 10, and number 1 is designed for collaboration. So true collaboration style. I'm actually handing straight over to Leticia, and actually to Freya as well from Circular Fashion Berlin. So guys, take it away.
Hi everyone, so I'm going to be presenting this set of analog tools that we've been developing in the design work package, which we call the Bio 10, which are design guidelines for bio-based, circular and local fashion and textiles. So these guidelines build on a wealth of knowledge and various tools that exist in various institutions, and in particular they are a sort of like continuation and use the same format as the tried and tested TEDS 10. But what we wanted to do with this set of guidelines is ask what changes when we move to bio-based materials. What do we need to consider when we take circular design thinking and we put it specifically in the space of bio and local? So what we found is that current circular design guidelines tend to not really account for the sort of material properties of bio-based materials. We know that they are a bit different and sometimes a bit strange, that like things like viscose dries differently and wears differently through time. So we wanted to integrate all these sort of like material considerations into the Bio 10. And what we found while developing the Bio 10 is that we really need to forefront systemic approaches when we're working like at the junction of these 3 pillars of local, bio-based and circular. So you'll find that in the cards, and you'll see that they are very holistic, that we like bring ideas in such as designing for collaboration, designing for systems, designing for communication, also speaking to a range of design stakeholders in the industry. So the format for these cards is a set of 10 like paper cards that each have a key sort of like concept in front of them, and then at the back of it that you'll go into a bit more detail and look at different perspectives inside that specific guideline. And there are also examples that can like give designers hints and inspire them to take these ideas on in their work. The Bio 10 take a full lifecycle approach, so they're really looking at every stage of a product, from the material extraction to its transformation, and in particular its use. And this idea of inspiration is really important to the way that we use these tools. So in practice, the way that we've rolled them out and tested them is that we would connect the tools to like best practice cases. So you can see here 3 examples that help to really visualize and get excited about the way in which these strategies can be implemented in design practice. These tools are not the only, so the Bio 10 are not the only analog tool that we've developed in the Herewear project. We've developed a bit of a suite, and they can all be used like together or in or like separately. And you'll be able to find all of these tools downloadable on the Herewear Club, alongside with some facilitation guides that can give some pointers for how you might want to run a workshop in your business, for instance. And so all these tools are sort of conversation starters. They're things that we have used in person in lots of different workshops. So we've used and tested these tools project and the needs of designers. So that's led us to wanting a tool that could also be rolled.
Excited about this. We have the design inspiration tool. So we developed this, also working with UAL, in order to provide a tool that really has these three pillars as its guiding compass. So we have circularity, which of course we focus a lot on at Circular Fashion, but we also wanted to incorporate the local aspects, the bio-based aspects into this tool. And of course, in order to do this, we really needed to draw on the wide wealth of knowledge that all the partners have in this. So we obviously built on our own knowledge at Circular Fashion and the active work that we're doing with our other partners in the industry, but also in translating these guidelines, complexity of this topic, and to empower designers to actually design differently and feel like they can do this. So we have created this interactive software in order to support the creation of these products as well. And the way that we did it is we got a lot of information about what sort of questions need to be asked, what sort of information is useful for designers. Also thinking about our target audience, we are visual thinkers, so we also ideally want to have this way of working. So it is a questionnaire format, but it essentially goes through the product development process as much as possible. So looking at what your product purpose is, what are your material, your fibre choices, how is it designed, how is it produced, and ultimately how could it end up being circulated through circular business models, looking at repair, return, resale, all of these things. So essentially you would go through this as a user, you go through 4 different sections as I mentioned, make your selections, and then you come out with a tailored result at the end. So this is supposed to give you some inspiration, hence the name, on sort of how you could take your concept forward and also just to steer your product development. In addition to this, we also have additional resources. So there are an increasing number of companies that are creating circular collections. So we have some great best practice case studies that we put in here that of course we will also keep an eye on to make sure that this tool is up to date. We also have a glossary in here in order to break down the jargon that we often find. So if the user is not familiar with a word, they can then get this information readily. And then finally, we also have the circular design kit, which we also developed. So there's a range of different visual information kind of sources in here, and the idea is that you would probably use this at the start of the design process, but also potentially you could repeat the process later on when your design concept becomes a little bit clear. And as Letitia mentioned, this is something that can work alongside the analog tools as well, to really use them as a suite. So you can think of this as a whole range of resources to help your design process. And I think that was, what we have.
And Letitia, I do want to mention to all that the presentations will be shared and available afterwards to all of the audience.
On the recording still?
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice. I saw the recording.
Okay. So then I'll give the word to Jaap from TNO, who will tell us more about their biorefining.
Right is forward.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jaap van Hal. I work for TNO, in the part that does circular materials in all shapes, fashion, and form. And to latch on to the previous speaker, both my shirt and my jeans were bought at the annual thrift fair, celebrating our king's birthday. It's one of those things where, up to the point you can practice what you preach, or you provide example, whichever one you want. Okay. This one is forward. So, introduction we just had, so I'll explain to you what biorefining is, and then discuss the specific applications for textiles, but biorefineries can do many things. And we are, as being just stated, we are already part both at selecting biomass for this particular application, as well as taking it apart so that it can be textiles. Now, there is an official definition of a biorefinery, defined by the International Energy Association, Bioenergy Task 42, don't ask. It basically says you put biomass in and you get products out. And that is shown here graphically in this prism. Light, as you may know, is a whole bunch of colors, or technically a whole bunch of this color, so you can do things with it. To go back a little history, all refineries have been around for give or take 100 years. All refineries were also local, were tuned to the oil at hand, and represents 50% of the profit. And what can you buy or refine? The short answer is just about everything, just not the same way, like oil. And what does TNO do? Also all of these. Here, in this particular one, in the residues and the aquatic biomass, but different purposes, different biomass. So. Now a short story about seaweed. Seaweed has cellulose in it. And the idea was, and the decision was, let's try to take it out. And for this particular application, it doesn't work. So it was the right decision, a good outcome, just not the desired one. And that's also good, because then you won't try it again. Now, that straw, straw has waxes in it, if you've ever felt it, and a bunch of minerals that are in the way. So you take those out, fractionate it, then you get lignin, which you need to do something with. For instance, we use per foams for building insulation. You have the heavy cellulose, you can convert it into paint, and then you can take the cellulose, clean it all up, and make cellulose pulp and give it to the ITF, which will be what does that look like in the lab? Well, you mix biomass and solvent and water, put it in a very expensive pressure cooker, autoclave, the lignin and the hemicellulose dissolve, you take the pulp out, you take the lignin out, and then you have different products. You can also do that larger. That particular unit is 3 stories high, and then you have enough cellulose to rest for 2 or 5. That looks like this. So you have untreated wheat straw, extracted wheat straw, where all the extractives have been taken out, and then you have wheat straw pulp, and then you clean it up. And if you really want to see, you can see it over there, and you can clean it up close and personal, so to say. So, where do we go from here? Well, as the previous speaker said, we have tools, some fashion and some more tools, and to whom are you going to sell the fractions? Then you really need to identify outlets for your order fractions. You need to run the numbers. The most important part is, at the end of this project, we are ready to get started. If you want to know more about it, feel free to call me, and I put my number on here. This is my contact information. This QR code goes straight in your contacts, and just put me there, just so you know. And this is after the next speaker, I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Chef. Tell us more about the biorefinery.
And in work package 3, I worked together with Lian and also Peter from Opcat and Ian from textiles. And we worked on the yarn extrusion of bioyarns using polylactide acid, so PLA. The wheat straw was one biosource reprocessed into filament yarns, and what you probably have seen already is these flexi dress, what it is made of. So here you see more or less UV stability, low moisture regain, and low outer retention. The textiles has a pilot scale equipment for doing the spinning. They can do fully draw yarns, but also partially orientated yarns, and the typical properties that were obtained for the filaments are close to those of polyester. So our titer we chose in the project was about 2 defects per filament. We had a tenacity of the filaments between 30-35 centinewton per tex, and the elongation was quite high with 25%. What we have done during the 3.5 years in this project, we tested also the fabrics for stability, so also sweating tests have been done, which have excellent performance in these testing, so no change of the filament itself also from the fabric side. The washing resistance was quite good. Of course, we also examined higher temperatures, but we were satisfied with using it or washing it at 40 degrees C. As you could also see here in person, but also online, the coloring was investigated, and also with bio-based
materials, how to say, pigments and colors, and was able to dye or make a dope dye actually, which is the most wanted one actually. And yeah, Peter was so kind to do these knitting and weaving trials, and you see also a lot of materials here in person. What of course was not perfect at the beginning, we improved a lot, so like this comfort and the softness property problem, when you touch it, it was a bit more rigid, but by adding another biopolyester source, it was possible to increase this comfort property and woven by Peter. What is special, also saves some money, because these ionic liquids are not so cheap as a solvent, but we use for our spinning only recycled solvent, which is, the process is more than over 100 degrees C needs, and is more sustainable than the viscose process, because the viscose process uses a lot of chemical. Was up to 8%, but we could vary quite nicely our properties in terms of technical application, that meaning higher strengths, and more textile application, meaning more elongation in your filament. And what we have developed in Enkendorf is a method also to test these fabrics with mechanical aberration, and that is shown here. You see our filaments after testing, so like kind of washing scenario, and you see that you do not form these fibrils, which is sometimes a problem, of course, when you wear it, when you wash it, your textile, it's not nice, then it looks older, you know, than it was just newly barred, and once washed, and then it looks like, okay, I have it 1 year. This is something you do not want, and this was a very nice result. You have soft, shiny, non-fibrillating filaments, what increase your use of your fabric, of course. What was important was also done for the PLA, which I did not mention, but we also use recycled PLA, so to really say, okay, is it a possibility to reuse, to recycle the material? And we use, for instance, this is waste from the spinning, so if you start the spinning, of course you do not wind your filament from the beginning, you first have to have stable conditions. This material was used, but we also used fabrics and respun it. That was done without losing any mechanical property. Same was found for PLA as well. And we also did biodegradability tests and proved that our filaments are biodegradable in marine environment. And as already said, we could directly go into knits and fabrics. The key messages I want to mention in the end is that polyester yarns are a very promising alternative, and you see a lot of popping up already in industrial scale and companies working on that. Also for the wheat straw, we saw a source of good quality filaments in the end. And for the future activities, there's upscaling of the yarn extrusion into industrial scale. This is also for the hypercell technology, but also PLA is spun in industrial scale. And we also want to do further evaluation of the end-of-life options. This was 1 hour. I think, yeah, we also have our contact data from Lian and me. This project, of course. Thank you.
Okay, don't run too far, Antje, because we still have the Q&A session of the first 3 presentations. So please, I give the floor to the audience for any questions or feedbacks. Don't be shy. Okay.
Maybe on the straw, because I know PLA a little bit from another reality where I work a lot in event sectors and cups, and then the good breakthrough was that they make it more and more from what you cannot eat, not the potato, but potato skin.
Specifically grown to feed livestock in the winter. Straw is a residue, and so it's not an animal feed. That's grasses that have been sold.
But it is used in farming.
That's so that they shred it for chicken coops and put the cows in the winter in the stables, things along those lines. So it's used as stable lining. After that, it's not the cleanest stuff in the world anymore. It's still straw.
Okay.
Do I want to?
It can be that.
Possibly. That wouldn't one. That's not the one I want to try first. But
I have a question for Antje.
Different spinnerets in our lab, so we can start with monofilament as well. But in this project, we both concentrated on the same titer. So we, for instance, use 60 filaments, we use 64 filaments. But we can also double it to 126, or can go to 250. But we also have a spinneret with 500 holes, because our cellulose filaments are also used for carbon fibers, so we can use it as a precursor, put a flame retardant on, and therefore we need bigger amount of these filaments. So 1,000 filaments are needed to do the full processing into a carbon fiber. And on the titer, it really depends, because it's a air gap spinning. That means you have a you have a gap between the coagulation bath and your spinneret, and in this part, between 5 to 25 millimeters, you stretch your filament. And by this stretching, you determine how thick you want to have it, you know. You have 0.5 dtex fibers, so really, really thin, so microfiber range. But we can also go to really, really thick ones, 10 dtex, but this is not usual. In the textile, between 2 and 3 years, so the regime people wants to have their filaments, and then you come into account between 130 to 180 dtex as a yarn. This is the region where textile people want to have between 150 and 180 usually per titer, and that we can enter easily with this.
Our future path.
Mm-hmm.
And our dtex is 1300.
1,300.
Yes.
Yeah, this is we also have. So you just can combine these two also if you have 500, and we also use this for composite, that we use cellulose matrice, and then we have these all cellulose.
Yeah, I think to add, like, since we work on garment and clothing applications in here, where we focused on the small filaments, the thin ones, because that's typically used in clothing applications, but I think both for PLA and the cellulose one, we can go to different titers, to different thicknesses, depending on the application where you go and what's needed there.
Yeah, this is not really a limit, because this technology is actually on the pilot scale, and the Technikum Laubholz is close also to Stuttgart in Göppingen situated, and they, for instance, they have 4 spinnerets with 1,000 holes, so they can produce 4,000 filaments at the same time in theory. I cannot talk of course what's really happening in the hall, but in principle they start with 1,000 filaments. So then if you have 1 dtex, you would originally be 1.3 dtex, you have your 1,300. We can combine 2 strands, or can work directly with a 500 depending on what titer you really is very interested. So, but we all have the machinery in-house to work on that if you have interest.
Right.
Test.
Thank you very much.
I know there's also an online question.
Yeah, so we have a question online which asks, why is pre-extraction needed to produce the wheat straw pulp? And in terms of yarn production, did you test the lyocell process?
The second answer is no. I'm not sure if you did. We certainly didn't.
No, we don't spin lyocell in we will not. No, it's not our spinning line is not made for this. You cannot use a lyocell spinning line and do now ionic liquid spinning. There's no chance. Several people who already say it's not possible to do so.
And maybe Antje, then, to add on that question, what are the advantages of your process compared to the lyocell? Just to understand the positioning.
Yeah, we say we are an alternative, not a substitution, but for instance in the lyocell process you need stabilizers for the solvent, otherwise you get patients. There we are quite flexible from the quality of the pulp. This is one big disadvantage, and also in the process we do not have any complex agents to stop this fibrillation, because lyocell is often a bed fibrillation problem, and we can use a technique where we can find technical solution for that. So we really have only water, ionic liquid, and the pulp in our process. We don't have any other chemicals at all.
To answer the first question, straws have varying amounts of waxes in them. So if you take straw, we take them out up front and valorize them. The second thing is, in a next iteration of a biorefinery, if you pre-extract multiple biomasses, you can mix them and process them all at once. So you don't need an enormous amount of wheat straw. You can actually use 2 to 3 different biomasses, re-extract them, combine, and then process them in one plant.
Okay, any other questions? If not, then I think we can continue with the second part of the Herewear results. So I will introduce my colleague, actually, Willem, who will present on the dyeing and the coating activities.
So as introduced by my colleague Lien, I'm Willem Uitendalen, I work at Centexpel, and I will give a short overview, a brief overview of what we have done within the Herewear project with the different partners on finishing, coating, printing of the different textiles produced within the project. So just like everyone, I'm going to quickly show this kind of scheme we have of the whole cycle of Herewear, and where we are located is actually right in the middle. Once the fabrics are made, what we want to do is dye them, print them, coat them, finish them to give them properties and change the look of the materials. So what does that translate to effectively? Bio-based printing for printing designs on clothes, sustainable dyeing methods, because of course if we work with sustainable fabrics, we would also like our dyes to be sustainable. And then finally some finishes that we can apply to reduce microfiber release or to make the fabrics water repellent. So the first one I will start artificial leather. And we used this kind of a system in which PVC is applied, which is a PVC powder and a plasticizer to make it flexible. And we applied this for biopolymers, both PLA and PHA. So we combine those with a plasticizer to make them flexible, add some water and processing aids to make sure that we can coat them or print them. And that gives us really a strong foundation to work with and develop these artificial leathers and these printing inks. This innovation actually also won the Textile Innovation Award 2 years ago. So one of the things we can do with it is screen printing. So if you want to screen print, of course, if we have some kind of a white example is yellow. This print can be applied with screen printing, which is quite a common technique in textiles, and can either be applied directly or through transfer on a fabric. We also tested whether the prints are washable, which of course is quite important when it comes to clothing, and we noticed that if you wash them at 30 degrees, that we can wash them 15 times with minimal loss of color. Additionally, because we made them out of PLA and out of natural pigments, these materials are also industrially compostable. Then we come to the artificial leather. What we chose here is to actually use PHA instead of PLA. PHA is also a biopolymer made by bacteria, and the advantage that it has is that it's more flexible than some of the PLAs. So what we can do here is make a PHA coating very similar to how we print or how we produce inks. Make a coating, apply this coating on a fabric, and then give it a certain pattern using what is called a transfer or release paper, which gives it this leather look. And these artificial leathers show quite excellent abrasion resistance, good flexibility and durability, and we're also in the process of patenting this solution. Then one of the other aspects on coating and finishing that we did within the project is dyeing. And there we separated it into two parts. So the first one was dyeing PLA materials, so this biopolyester. And there we noticed that we have two options. Either to ease accessibility, we looked into dispersed dyes. These are the synthetic dyes that are used commonly for polyester. What we noticed is that they are essentially compatible with PLA, so you can just use the same colorants you use for a polyester with a PLA. But you can also use bio-based and biodegradable dyes, like for example alizarin or chlorophyllene, which is a green extract from leaves. This dyeing can be done with two different techniques. The first one is exhaust, which is, I would say, the most common techniques when it comes to dyeing PLA. However, with exhaust, we notice that there are some issues with the strength of the fabric after dyeing. And you can use these dyes also with Hypercell to obtain different colors. So you can see from the 6 earth colors, also the color fastness there is quite good. Then one of the other finishes we applied is for water repellency. For some applications it's quite nice, for example if it rains, if just the water slides off your clothes instead of absorbing getting wet. And this is why, together with our partners Finipur and Mirtek, we investigated different methods for sustainable water repellency, and we tested them under different conditions on different materials. And we noticed that if we work with proper combinations of water repellency agent, fabric, treatment conditions, that we can get quite good water repellence and water barrier scores. Examples of water repellents are, for example, the Zeeland R3, the Rucodry, and the OC Aquazine text. One of the examples of this water repellent and of course of the dyes and the prints you can also find here in the exhibition. And then finally, to close it off, what we also worked on is microfiber release finishing. The goal of these finishes is to reduce the amount of microfibers that are shed from a fabric during the washing process. And for this we actually obtained 2 different fabrics from our partners, so a polyester reference and a polyester cotton. We applied in this partner. Right. So what we see is that ketosol and also biodegradable PUs actually are quite a nice alternative to decrease the microfiber. So to conclude and to finish these results about work package 4, I can say that dyeing, printing, coating, finishing is possible using bio-based and sustainable materials on these new PLA and Hypercell fabrics, but of course some challenges still remain. The first one is the temperature sensitivity of PLA, so for some industrial processes it's useful to go quite high in temperature, which is not really possible yet with PLA. Also when it comes to bio-based and biodegradable dyes, there really needs to be some more research there, because currently what is available on the market is very limited, so this makes the color choice quite limited too. When it comes to water repellency, we have good results, but it's not really a one-size-fits-all. You really need some experience to know how to combine different agents with different fabrics. And also when it comes to the microfiber release, it's quite interesting results, but we still want to get the colleagues from the different partners if you have any questions. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Willem. And then I think it's now time to come to actually all the work, and all the work combined in the end resulted in some nice prototypes by our partners Smithville and Retena. You can see them also on the hangers already and probably seen in the exhibition. So we combined everything, the design, the materials, and this has been then resulted in some nice end products. So I'll first give the word to Retena and Rona.
Hi everyone. I'm Nona from Retena, as already been said. So we will look into the insights from the Herewear project, focus on the garment prototyping. And in the first part, you will see more about the street style fashion, which is also Retena in this case. And then in the second part of the presentation will be focused on the corporate wear. Is Saman from Midville.
Sorry for the delay.
Yeah,
it's coming.
I have magic
Yeah, you should do it next time.
So I'll then move directly to the value chains that our, let's say, complete style fashion perspective. We wanted to implement the objectives of the project, which means bio-based materials, local and circular products to create for our brand, but at the same time, it should be also aligned with our style and image of the brand. So what we wanted to achieve again is like moving from work to streets. So it's not like a typical streetwear, it's more like a stylish fashion for us. And then also what you see, we have like two scenarios, because we have also like two bio-based materials. So one is the hypocell that Antti presented, and then we have also the PLA perspective. The idea was to be able to use other materials than polyester or cotton, because in our collection usually we have organic cotton and lyocell, but not like a new innovative bio-based material. So the scenario what we will see later on, how we achieved that, was really the close collaboration with all partners from different perspectives. What really helped us are the design guidelines, the biotin, and also the garment scenarios that were presented in the first session by Becky, Leticia, and also Freya from the perspective of what tool can be used for the design inspiration. Also, what was important is to create a common language, because we were really very different partners. We had researchers in India, we had us as a brand, corporate wear, so it was really a starting point for us. And the material conversation discussions, for example, or workshops was really a great approach. The early prototyping was a very important phase for us, because this is where we for first time saw the really raw materials, or how potentially the final fabric would look like. And in the early prototyping, what we tested with all partners is the PLA. So you can see actually also an example in the exhibition, and you can see where we started and we will end up at the end with the PLA. From woven perspective, so woven textile, and then also for Saman from Midview from the knit structure. Okay, then I move to the first scenario. This is the flexi dress. Okay, there is a new material coming on the way, and it will be fantastic. It's coming from straw. That was the message. So once we saw it the first time, what we were really impressed is the color. Maybe it sounds a bit like these designers, they think only about colors, but actually this was actually guiding us. It was really immediately emotional bonding, because when you see the color, it was guiding us. So we decided it should not be woven. And then what I'm showing here is actually the implementation of the garment scenarios that we used based on the tools developed, what was also presented today. And important also for the scenario was to think from different perspectives. Okay, we are guided by the material, which is very different from if you're guided by a product, but also how we connect the dots from life cycle extension, how we connect the dots from textile construction and finishing. For the textile construction, there was a big discussion around the knitting. How can we have a stability in the fabric, a stable fabric, but at the same time also aesthetics. So we decided finally to have like two different, after of course sampling and testing, to have like interlock and up Milano. And then also what we were really during the design phase was a discussion around to have like a multifunctional product. So that's why the dress is actually also a top and a skirt, and you can wear it in a different way. Also the top can be, back and forth. Something also new for us was the testing with the network manufacturing, which means that it's like to create these 3D designs to test how it will look like. Enterprise is in this case clear, because from the beginning design for recycling was important for us, and the bio-based materials in the project are focused on that for recycling and or biodegradability. So the second scenario is a different approach. So the first scenario was material driven. We said, material first and then we decide what to do. The second step was an existing product, already sustainable, meaning we used organic cotton for our first, let's say, product. We also had tested it for recycling, so there were already sustainability aspects in this product. So what we did now in the Herewear project is to replace the organic cotton with a new innovative material, which in this case is the PLA. So for us it was important that the criteria were fixed already upfront. So it should be a woven material. It cannot be knitted, it cannot be whatever other structure. We want it woven because it should replace our current product, which is a shirt. So we also removed the interfacing, the buttons. So these are small things that already in the first product we had it like sustainable. But the interfacing is always a question of if this is really good to use it or not. So if you can remove it, better remove it. So this is what we did from the design perspective, and also cut the sleeves, but it's more like aesthetics, because we just wanted to have a danger from works to the streets. And then again we used the tool for the garment scenario, and we were thinking about the business model. What can it be, for example, renting, repairing, and all this. What we, at the beginning, we didn't have for our brand, because usually for this, for the renting and repairing, you need also local aspects. So you need to have either a community where you can contact, or you have your own space, or some kind of local facilities are needed. Here, from that perspective, besides the material, were the aesthetics. So it was really a long journey that we finally got a woven material from PLA that can be also aesthetic, not only like for shoes or for pants. And so you will see it's over here. Of course, there's still some work, but overall, it's really achieved what we imagined, because part of the whole scenario was to reimagine this product with a new bio-based material. And we decided at the end to be satin textiles or satin woven, because we saw that twill and other plain structure is not really achieving the aesthetics that we would like to have. And we need to also convince our users or interests that it's something really fashionable, because it's part of our also style for the company. Okay, and a very short out is one of the triggers, and the person is sitting here, like concept store and hub, where we have also other brands, small creative brands, everybody who is interested, but should have specific criteria, either local aspects or from sustainability perspective, maybe the materials or the way how it is done. And then also, of course, Pretena will be presented. And then as a second idea is really the coffee corner, which is actually very normal in Berlin anyway, but where we are, it's not so normal in Wiesbaden. So they are in this coffee corner that people can come, can talk, can read different articles or books about fashion and with focus on sustainability or circularity, and also have the opportunity to have workshops, but again, with the community in this region, Hessen or Wiesbaden, Frankfurt, and so on. So we started already product, but upscaling is our next step, how to do this that gets on the market. Thank you. Saman, I tried.
Thank you very much, Ilona. I always get it black screen.
Okay. Thank you. So some things my colleague Luna has shared with you are concurrent with what we did, but basically the approach as industrial partner in the Herewear project was complementary to the streetwear fashion approach. It was more the B2B approach to have garments that are driven by efficiency and scalability. So for that we had to cut off the romanticism. We made quite simple and minimalistic designs. So there was a It's a collection made by us, but not only by us in our microfactory, but also with our partners in Europe. So our area that we focus on is we do different things, but basically we try to real. It was characterized by those polo shirts that you see that are hanging here today. We made about 40 of them. They are very impressive in our opinion. They are improvable, but definitely there are work to be presented as a result of the project today. And everything is a bit like the Retina approach that Mona has presented. Only possible for us as a small industrial partner, at least, with networking. So we work with different partners who do different things. And without those clusters of communities, we could not do that. So therefore, I will tell you in a second what it means to us. And of course, we have to develop and pass on those results for further research at some point, hopefully. These are some early prototypes that we have done. They have not been developed way further than this state, just an impression to see what the things could look like. But then we took it to a collection that we have called Ethico. Basically, this collection is the one that I mentioned before, defined by simplicity and minimalism. We implemented different pillars, but basically it's technology, it's advanced machinery, it's communication with partners, reduction of wastes and input materials, of trims, additional markups to the product, and standardization. This is another example of a prototype that is not here today, I think. No, it's not, but this one has been basically knitted in that shape, straight from the knitting machine. So there are possibilities to knit garments into prototyping campaign made from 100% PLA. It was undyed, so no pigments were added to the dyeing batch, or to the extrusion batch. Just showing you how we made more of one garment, like more prototypes of one style, and we were testing it in the office environment at first. And then with the next prototyping run, we were producing more and improved the fabric and added some value by adding also color, but also some other biopolyester components. So it's not 100% PLA anymore, which improved the fabric properties and the comfort, and as well the possibilities of circulating it not only within the consortium but also outside. So we have test runs trying with people that are not in the consortium, and the feedback is quite etc. on the Circularity ID platform. We used different tools also to manage the supply chain and this prototyping project, along with the Sketch solution that is called now Sketch 5.0. I think that's the latest version. Long story short, we were trying to make promising. Right. What we learned from everything is that, or not what we learned, but what we would like to move on with is definitely to make use of the work that TCBL was doing. So this clustering of community work is actually very important for us, at least in local terms and meanings, because we believe in the fragmentation and in the multiplication of microfactories locally, at least for us in the region. So local can mean different things, but it's very related to where we are located, and I think depending on where you're geographically, the local aspect or what is important to a microfactory can be very different. So for us in France, for example, it's culture, it's heritage, it's also the cultivation of, let's say, European fashion, more or less. So it is what France or parts of France, and the competitiveness that we have in this location is to make use of that and preserve it, this value. Then, of course, we would like to push those boundaries further and get more access to those types of materials to improve them and to present them more often to our clients. We are getting already conversion requests, but we forward them to the coordinator because the material is not belonging to us. So we will see So the material is still in process. Then, of course, the etc. But this is also something that is easily transportable. But what we can contribute with is the context of the clients that appreciate to work with a local or European textile supplier. This is most of the time not only trust, but also having less communication boundaries and a better understanding. So if someone is asking for something, we are thinking more or less the same way as our clients do. It makes things just easier and smoother. So if you ask another person from another continent to think on something, there's a black box and the outcome is very different sometimes. If you have questions, we are here for the rest of the day. And again, you find everything on the Herewear community pages and everywhere else. But I hope this was...
Enthusiasm of our end-use partners really helped to increase or the motivation and also the drive to move forward of the research partner and of the people developing the materials. So thank you for that. And then now we still have time for the Q&A session of the work package 4, so the finishing coating and the end product. So please come.
Commercially available.
Yeah, but I'm not the right person.
Dieter maybe? I don't know.
Actually, it's an upscaling process, but I cannot say. I hope in 2 years maybe you can find something in the store. Maybe you do already. Not sure about that, and I cannot say, of course. We are a research institute, but there are people in upscaling the technology already, and maybe also have products already out.
I may add something. Okay, I may add something to the hypercell, because hypercell is not only used and produced for garments, but it is also used for composites. So there are two different, let's say, development lines and also commercialization lines which we are doing in the institute.
Everything what we already have in Herewear, and have a product on the market a bit earlier than the hypercell, because we need also somehow to use this knowledge and excitement now, so that these can be transferred to the next, it doesn't matter if brands or researchers or customers or users, because at the end we lose the knowledge even if we have it now, if we don't have something on the market. This is the way how the world moves and goes. So that's why this is our next step, immediate step, and then we see with the hypercell when we're there how this will then continue. But the first step is really to implement as soon as possible everything with a bio-based material that we'll have.
If no one else has a question. With the garments that you made, Saman and Retina, where will they go at the end of their life? What recycling route are they made for?
Yeah, so for the PLA, we are still waiting for the final results, but for sure recycling opportunities are there. And we are just matching now the recyclers, because PLA is already confirmed as recyclability is there. And for the hypercell, there are different opportunities. It could be biodegradability that is currently
easily redissolved, as we already showed it. But you should not forget, in case you have colors and pigments in, then recycling becomes much more complicated. But there are also companies out who are doing already the cellulose recycling. At the moment, of course, cotton. There was Renewcell, or is Renewcell, I'm not on the current state, but they, for instance, they produce recycled cotton pulp. So, and this you can also do with our material, coming back to lyocell and to viscose. For viscose, it's much more difficult, but because during the processing of the viscose, the degree of polymization, this is chemically now, decreases a lot. And if you want to use this material again, it's not so easy, because viscose start with a high DP, going down in their processing. It's a respun, but I think the redissolution or dissolution again in Meru can be a problem, and you should not forget the finishes, of course. course. But that's in all textile at the moment a problem. And then it comes into money. Often recycled materials are much more expensive than the virgin. And then again, we come into regulations. We come into money, what people can pay and should pay for well-designed circular clothes. I don't know, it's 3-4 months projects or B2B. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So I think I can speak.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a question for each one of you. I hope. So William, you were talking about at the end of the process about the research that you're intending or your group is intending to do about microfabrics. So if you could talk a little bit about what is that research, what aspects are you interested in about that subject, microfabrics that are left after the garments are used.
Yes. So that was intended as I showed some results when it comes to microfiber release, how we decrease it, because we apply this kind of a finish. But to some extent the question still is what happens to the finish itself, because if some of the fibers come off, some of the finish comes off too, what is happening there? Of course here we mostly looked at bio-based, biodegradable finishes, but even when it comes to biodegradation depends on the environment where something ends up. So I think there is still room there to investigate this further and to also see if these microfiber release finishes can be applied on materials outside of, for example, fashion, which was investigated here.
I just want to add that, of course, we investigated the finishes, but we also investigated how the textile structure as such influences the microfiber release. Like if certain knits or woven fabrics give more release than others. If filament yarns made from continuous filaments, they give less release than a staple fiber yarn. So this is something we also investigated and also have some insights on. And I'm sure that Rijs, our partner here, can tell you much more on this in the exhibition.
I have a question about the recycling, also recyclability, more specific for the alternative leather. So, because usually nowadays when you have the coating, it kind of gets splitted from the textile, right? When it's in the end of life. So, did you look at that? What would be the solution?
Yes, so the only end-of-life solution we looked at for now is biodegradation. And because this artificial leather is made with a PHA, which is biodegradable in a lot of conditions, it should be biodegradable. Of course, in most cases, recycling is much more preferred because you can reuse the material for new things. But this is something we are still working on. Because even the artificial leather, we are still trying to improve it further with the next few details to really get to high-end properties. So we're still working on it, and the same goes for recycling. I know you had some more questions.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, for Luna and Simon. So you talk about the approach of zero waste in the design of the dress, and also using the concept of zero waste in the shirt as well. And you talk about leftover. So what happened with that leftover as well?
So, yes, of course. Based on this, there are different aspects. So for the hypercell, the zero waste perspective was considered from pattern. So this is what we worked and tested in the early prototyping with our partners from Malvine. They helped us to learn how to do that. So they can tell you even more on that at the exhibition. So basically from dress perspective, so flexi dress, it's a zero waste from pattern perspective, and from knitting because it was knitted to be like that, so there is no waste. For the day shirt, we focused mostly also on the design and aesthetics, so we said if they are leftovers from the cutting, they will go then to our partners, Malvine in this case, because it's also part of the network manufacturing that was in the value chain, so basically you can agree with social enterprises to give your leftovers to them. In this case,
our social enterprise perspective was Malvina as a partner in the project, so any leftovers will go to them.
Which is the beginning, I imagine, is how you see that idea stepping over other types of products or other conventional fabrication of other fabrics. You see something that is implementable.
It's not a fabric, it's like a branding, and to us at least it was important to make it not detachable. So we tried to brand our product by printing on it, so no additional care label or trims along its life. Is that an answer to your question?
Do you see that model able to be replicated by others, by other designers, by other brands, so that where does that material come from? Is it like the passport, or the concept of the passport of the garment?
Well, this would be the back end, but it's a good question. It depends on the substrate you work with, and then you have different inks to apply on the product, and depending on the requirements you have. In my opinion, and that's what I love about textiles, is there are many ways to get what you want, but it depends on the requirements. There's not one answer to a product. Because some people ask, what's the best way to print something or to dye something? It always depends on what you want to do with it. So if you want to do curtains that just hang there, the process can be very different from something that you will wear on your skin or not on your skin as a third layer or whatever. Yes, so it can be applied, but you have to you should connect to someone who knows about chemistry, etc., to print it the right way or apply it the right way. But you can also apply it on a label, on a care label, and add it to it. You can also have an NSC button, you can have RFID codes inside of there.
Now I think it's time for the lunch. It's served here as well in the room, so you can walk around and look at our samples and meanwhile have a sandwich. So thank you.
because the world of sustainability is very complex. So this we will have a number of speakers. Our first speaker will be Mr. Jesse Marsh, whom we do not present anymore. Jesse has been working for more than 45 European projects in his career, and he's going to be talking about the importance of a community results. Sini Imaki, who is associate professor at Aalto University, will go through new carton and infinite fiber. We will then have Annalisa Moreau, who will develop alternative bio-based material. We will have Frank Dingemans from the Greenwinkle Antwerp, who is the equivalent of the Circularity Association in Antwerp. It took me quite a time.
On building a community and opening up the results to people who are not project partners, basically. First, why would we need a community and what are we talking about? This is the Herewear scenario compared to the current supply chain in the textile industry. I think it was evident from listening to the people speaking this morning, but perhaps we need to reflect a little bit on how radical a change this is. We were talking about totally disrupting an industry which is very strongly structured in its ways. And the nearly 2 million people who are working for the nearly of the roles in the is an open question. So really the only thing we can do is to get these people together, because no single company, no single worker, no single role alone of this business. So what we need to do is to rethink the whole structure. What's going to happen to my job? What's going to happen to my company? Now, in the sense of a pub, a church, and a store, but a community in the sense of bringing together people with a common purpose, to change together. Who are experimenting with new methodologies, new techniques, what you saw this morning, and businesses, people who are in the business. And they provoke each other within the community to think about new ways about what they're doing. The labs provoke businesses to say, well, you could use this material, you could adopt this process, you could be more circular in this way. And the businesses provoke the labs to say, look, this needs to be real. I need to apply this. How am I going to do things? And only together, by working in this context which is both business-oriented and exploratory, can we really find the solutions. Now, there are different models of community in the research that we can refer to, but they're different models with a different way of working together and a different type of impact. A community of practice is, say, designers getting together, sharing ideas, sharing their problems. How is the design profession going to change? Or any other relatively homogeneous group of people with similar concerns. Then we have a community of making, of production, where people test new value chains. What would it mean to connect directly with the farmers who are cultivating that wheat? What would it mean to use a different type of spinning technique? And then a community of purpose, which sort of brings everyone together, which is a selection of people based on the idea of shared values. Because one of the biggest elements of risk in this transformation is that you will end up dealing with people who are not really in it for the same reason that you are. So it's important to be explicit about values, declare the values, and to share them. And that is an essential element of lowering the risk of innovation. So once we have gotten people interested, how do we get them to do things together? Well, in Herewear we did different approaches. One is when people wanted to sign up to the Herewear community, we asked them, What are their values? What are their roles? What kind of company do they work with? And that gave us a landscape of the kind of people we were dealing with, enabling us to perhaps balance the roles and the competencies within the Herewear community. But it also allows them to see that they are not alone, that there are other researchers in here with them, that there are other businesses, and that there are people that share their values. And it enabled us to target certain groups of people, those who were more interested, say, in bio-based textiles, and those who were more interested in building a local production chain for different Herewear activities. Of course, the promise to them was, which is in itself an innovative promise, to be part already of a research project, to participate, to get early access to research results. Nona this morning was very clear when she was saying we wanted to use the prototypes of this material. We wanted to this material. It doesn't matter if it's commercially available today or tomorrow, but we were able to see what would happen. See what would happen to our collections, to our image, to our brand. So we will be ready when this becomes commercially available. And that was basically the deal that we offered community members. And they responded well to it. We got over 200 people to sign up. We gave them the opportunity, companies, and we have a woman in the Netherlands who makes socks out of algae-based fibers, which are absolutely gorgeous. We had a woman in a Korean company doing bio-based textiles. We have a German guy in northern England working on circular costume design for the Leipzig Opera House. We have all sorts of very interesting people that all challenge us to think about what kind of concrete situations, what kind of concrete realities are these research results going to connect with? And they gave us that feeling. We translated also their 5-minute pitches into online videos that they could put on the platform so that they could all see what the other community members are like, what they do. And then we had these local workshops, quite a few of them actually. Some of the people here came from these. And they're at the local level. We've been talking about local, we'll be talking more about local. What was interesting is to build a partnership, the so-called quadruple helix, to involve the local public authorities, maybe the municipality, the regional government, to involve a local research organization, local businesses, and local citizen and activist groups, to collaborate together to see how each role could contribute towards bringing about a systemic innovation that is not just for an industry, it's about the way people are going to live and work. And then with a selection of the people that emerged from this community, we did more in-depth experiments. We looked at mapping biomass waste in a region. Where is all of this stuff going to come from? How big a radius does a biorefinery need to have? We had a fast fashion brand that signed up, and we looked about what kind of implications would all of this have on their internal company organization? How are they going to work with big brands and small brands, and how are the departments going to connect with each other in different ways? And we got some more in-depth insights from outside of the project partnership about the context that we are working towards. And so now we're at the final conference, we're reflecting on, so now what do we do? This is a quote from the well-known Lamy report, which preceded the current programming period, and it is about the idea of a continental living lab. The fact that people, businesses, organizations need to be involved in research and innovation processes from the start. We need them to define the agenda. We need them to set the innovation path from the kind of things you saw this morning that the project, the research results the project is doing, towards it becoming normal, towards the day when you can go into a store and buy something that, or maybe online service and rent something that is local, circular, and bio-based. But that's going to take time. And it's very important for the results of a research project like Herewear to find some kind of container, some kind of umbrella organization, and that's exactly what TCBL aims to do, to take care of the research results and take care of the community to continue this type of interaction afterwards, because the uptake process is much longer than the 4 years that a European project has at its disposal. Very concretely, we will be maintaining the action. I won't go into details, but we are mapping the transition path from the Herewear community towards the TCBL Association, which will allow the project results hopefully to continue the path from the research field into the real world. Thank you very much. Who's next?
Just groups of presentation.
You have slides?
Yes. You can start.
Oh yes, perhaps I can start presenting myself. So my name is Herewear.
Yes.
Oh, wrong slides.
Oh, this is mine. The last one.
Great. Right ones, yes, thanks. So my name is Herewear. I come from Aalto University, and I talk about Nykotton project, which just actually ended. And on Aalto University, my area is sustainable fashion and textile research. I run the research group, which is called Fashion Textile Futures, and I come from design research. So in Nykotton, actually, that was really like constructed to be an industrial demonstration. So there was the whole supply chain involved, and the idea is that, well, we scale up one technological innovation and also show that actually textile circularity is possible also when we talk about textile waste. And it's really based on this infinite fiber company innovation, so they're also leading the project, and they are looking for this cellulose-rich material. So and the technology is possible to really like upcycle, create high quality fibers based on the cellulose-rich textile waste, and they can be used like 100% textile waste only, or then they can actually also blend with other materials like cotton. Idea is also that actually they are possible to recycle after the use time is over, and right now they are scaling up the whole innovation, and that was also behind of this project. And because they were really wanted to test what actually happens, so all stakeholders throughout the supply chain was involved. Frankenhuis was the textile waste collector, and of course this is the new partner when we talk about textile circularity. So of course those ones who are then handling textile waste, they have a knowledge that normally doesn't exist in linear textile system. And then there was also brands involved, the end users of the fibers, Adidas and H&M, and their knowledge were really important, because normally, especially now when they are just like starting this fiber production, they don't have any understanding about the end product, what's the durability or what kind of attributes actually Adidas or H&M, for example, are looking for. So in that sense, there was the whole supply chain involved. And what was we as academic partner? So we were really like looking at the whole system, what happens when these partners are then constructing the new kind of ecosystem, what kind of knowledge flows are needed, what kind of material flows are happening. So that was our idea or our role in here, but we also produced quite a lot of open access information, white papers, as well as the MOOC, Circular Textiles Aalto.fi, so there's a lot of teaching material, whomever can actually use that one. I have only a couple of clips about the production. So of course the biggest learning happened quite in the early phase. textile waste and its content, how to then handle with the textile waste in bigger scale than the laboratory scale what Herewear Fiber has done before, as well as then how then process with the fibers to yarns and then the textiles. This is already like the textile dyeing processes and testing that against viscose and cotton, how actually then this recycled intimate fiber company fabric is producing what kind of colors are possible to produce. And the idea was also that there's enough time to also produce a couple of capsulate collection, especially Adidas. This was the first one which was already released in autumn 22, and that was collaboration with Adidas and Stella McCartney. And those garments, spring especially, H&M factory has produced different kind of garments. So the idea was that they produce different kind of yarns, different kind of textiles. Here are this kind of jump joint, this kind of knitted materials, but then they actually produce also this kind of jeans type, really tough materials, and now this kind of like more like dress type textiles. So the idea is that actually this fiber can be produced different ways. And then the colleagues from RISE, of course the sustainability evaluation is really important, that we are not just claiming that this is more sustainable than viscose or cotton. We really also have to test that one, and RISE made really good then lifecycle analysis for these fibers, and quite interestingly actually if this company wants to and something what we learned from the process. Well, there was everyone knows that there will be a lot of textile waste available, especially next year, but only really small portion of these actually are suitable for chemical recycling. So picky what actually can be put into the process, and that also means that we should have much more information about the content of the textile waste. Of course, this will be much easier in the future when all the production will be designed for recycling, but currently we are still dealing with a lot of textile waste with different histories. And while then scaling up, there was of course surprises, hiccups. Actually, there was impurities in the process which were not expecting to be. So there was when they then scale up and build even new machines, so all these kind of processes that looked really nice in the lab scale might not be quite easily digested in the middle scale processes. And they can handle blends, but that increases cost, and now they are saying that they are looking for materials which have cellulose or cotton at least 88%. But of course that also means that these technologies are developing all the time, and these figures will be better in the future. Currently quite many countries are still missing the infrastructure. We know that next year this is a law that all textile waste have to be collected and separately and then recycled, but actually quite many countries haven't yet have the infrastructure. Totally new kind of partnerships are needed. Waste collectors actually had a really good discussion ongoing with the designers, and then both companies actually do this project. And this is also something that we need all the time, new information when actually the textile waste sorting is getting better. There was a lot of discussion also with the policymakers. That was really important because they wanted to know what happens, what are those realities coming from the businesses or industry, so that actually when they are writing these EU regulations that they are not possible to implement in practice. And what was a real business or not? Thanks, that was mine.
Hello everybody, I'm Annalisa and I'm the European Project Manager of MOGO, that now is part and is becoming scheme. And I'm also the coordinator of another sister project that is MyFi. So MyFi is a project that is focusing on mycelium. I don't know how many among you know what is a mycelium. In general, you are more used to mushroom, probably, because you eat them, and they're very good. I love them, but the mushroom is just the fruits of the mycelium. The mycelium is the living body of fungi, and it's really a living organism that can do really. And MyFi stay for inventing a smart, simple, and competitive textile industry with advanced microfibers. At the beginning, when we thought about the mycelium, we thought about fiber, but in reality we discovered it is not a fiber, neither a textile, is really something new. Because the IFA, that are basically the roots of the mycelium, are something that is completely new, at least for our knowledge. We are a lot of partners, we are 14 partners, and as in any other European project with luxury brand for the fashion industry, there is MAU, that is the biofabrication actor, I would say, and of course a lot of research institute. So our mission at the beginning was to develop a new innovative. I mean, it could be an alternative because we have less impact, but still is something that is not meant to is an alternative. So we would like also to go through basically a linear economy to a circular economy. So try to do something that has an impact. And as you see, we had 4 high goals that were for sure to create something that meets end user demand. Both fashion and automotive sector have a lot of high standard when judging materials. So we wanted to create something that had the perfect quality that they were looking for. Of course, engage all the stakeholders and textile producers and innovators around this new methodology. Give also some policy guidance to this new material, because one of the main challenge is that the dimension is not textile, so we don't have a product category rule for this material. So also to fit it, so the new regulation is quite challenging, because they are meant for us as well, of course, but we are not a textile, so you know it's quite confusing right now. And of course, relieve the environmental pressure of the fashion industry that other actors also mentioned before. So we were focusing on different steps. First of all, we focused on the biofabrication, so collaborating with them and create something that is can also be with the fast look. We have one material that is very flexible, and this is more similar, like kind of plastic. That is the dynamic comes from the dynamic liquid fermentation. That is on your left side. And after we have also another raw material that is come from the surface liquid fermentation. They are very different, and also the application could differ. The first one, the dynamic liquid fermentation, as you see, we call it the DLF material, while for the surface liquid fermentation, we have the SLF material. For what concerns the dynamic liquid fermentation, basically we take the mycelium and we shake it in a liquid. It's called dynamic because we have a stir tank that really go fast, and you have different parts of the mycelium, you filter it, and it goes through hot treatment and an alkali treatment. We plasticize it, and after we have this really flexible final material that can be used mostly for accessories. For what concerns the surface liquid, so this is why important also to analyze your environment where you're in, and we inoculate our strain. We let it grow in the substrate. We grind it, and after you have basically a liquid substrate, and the mycelium is able to grow on the top of it. So after you have just a sheet that you take, and you have what you see, basically this, the raw material. You plasticize it through the glycerol, and after you have the final material that, of course, arrive after a wet processing. We focus, as I mentioned to you, on the upscaling of 3 dimensions: the biofabrication, the wet processing and finishing, and the application. So for what concerns the SLF, I would say that at the end of our project is the more advanced one, in the sense that we went from lab scale and also a dimension of basically for dimension of sheet.
we scale up it, not only in terms of quantity, but also in terms of dimension of the sheet. That's when you're working with something that is a biological process, it's not so easy to do, because there are a lot of variables like pH, gas, and that really change completely the process. So it was quite, and also to a dimension of 1 square meters. This also because the fashion industry requires bigger sheets to be manufactured, and so it's easier. For the DAF, we also upscale it. We started with lab trial with shake flags. We went through scale up at 150 liters, and now we are finalizing our test with 1,500 liters. So it's quite good. For the SLF, I would say that the quality is very high. It's something that is going soon on the market, on the leather industry. So we take the raw material, it went through a wet processing where we modify, go very fast. So these we try different coating, both the wax, so very natural, and also biopolyurethane. Of course, the bio-based content really depends on the coating that you apply. So this is really something we will have also, I would say, to work more on in the future. Our technology is the easy thing to scale up is that it's compatible with existing industries. We have a lot of partnership already present, and we have a patent. Just to go very fast, what we did. So at the beginning we started with really different techniques like thermal welding and the application of different parts to see if it was feasible. We started with a card holder, so you see also different way like manual weaving, high frequency. So we also teach different aesthetics. And now we have reached the prototype, so we have BC holder, shopper, we have pochettes, everything that you desire. Also some jacket, the dress. So yeah, we tested this week. So we are collaborating with the nature, and this is really something very nice because really teach us a lot. And I would say that also in design phase is very, very important to have a life cycle thinking. So what also was mentioned before, so think of the end of life. And I would say that also we tested the biodegradation, so the raw material is perfect of course, but different treatment can have an impact on the end of life. So for what concerns coatings, I think that more research is needed right now. So yeah, we definitely produce, and also we collaborate with nature. As I mentioned, as the evidence say that, for example, for the process is very, very environmental friendly. We have to work more on the coating side. We need, and also the process is very important because it's kind of to pass, it takes time to pass from a linear economy to circular economy. We're used to metrics like GDP, or also in business we use revenues, and so you're forced to produce more. Maybe we should produce less, but better quality. And yeah, that's it. Sorry if it took more time.
Yeah. Give me a sign after. The Herewear Antwerpen, which is actually a circular shop. We have about 600 people who we employ, which are people with a distance to the labor market. We work according to the model of this other great women, Kate Rauwert, the donut economy, where we think that we should stay within the ecological boundaries of the planet, and on the other side try to give a decent minimum to the people we employ. So I already said who we are. I will explain a little bit on why we do what we do. It will refer also to what Emma said this morning, and what technologies first. So I will talk about Sysotec and Plastis, but also in a way, what does this mean for a local organization like Herewear to be in this kind of research programs, and what does the come-outs of these programs bring to us. Where do I have to point? 1,200 tons a year, with 16 people working permanently on, and it's a slow sorting. Sorting line locally is between 20 and 30%. But why do we do this? Everybody knows probably this figure, the warming up since 100 years. So in the last months we maybe could have thought that it is not true. What's a little bit annoying is that the more money we have, because the more the ground national product of a country goes up, we do not consume in a more decent or better way. No, we actually, Emma also touched upon this, we tend to use our stuff less long, less intensive, and we buy just more. And that's of course the big problem, because if we continue like this, leaving aside the biomaterials we talked about, but then this would mean that by 2050 we need 300 million tons of oil, that CO2 emission will go up with 26%, and not talking about the microfibers that go into the ocean that also are a steep curve. And we tend to forget, it's not only about warming up, but it's also a biodiversity crisis, and it's also a raw material crisis. And this slide shows how we systematically are passing over certain thresholds we defined. They bring us a lot of stuff, and so we can create a lot of employee pair in the Mine R strategy. But we believe that technology can help a system as Kingwinkel to also have an impact on the higher R strategies. But what's important to realize that the R strategies is good, but it's also about true cost. What I want to tell about that is that each piece we buy means some tens of euros each time that is not covered. So we are building up a passive. If we buy 1,000 euro, each time some 10 of euros go to a passive that we try not to see. Now imagine that in a company like Herewear, we would start to digitalize everything that comes in, and so the stuff we have in stock becomes searchable. This would mean that for the upper stream, that what we have in the shop, a lot more people could start to use this second-hand option. This would mean for what we call the middle stream, the stuff that is not reusable but maybe can still serve for creative use, that it becomes commendable, that the creative could, for example, load up pictures and that the system automatically takes this out. This is more important. A system like this will discover patterns within the quality of clothing and can give them feedback loops towards EPR and ESPR. Just to mention. And if the whole of Europe or the whole social Europe would do this, then this data thing would even become more powerful. Okay, then let's jump quickly to, and it also can be useful in the reuse in the upper stream, because it tells something on the quality. And you also have the complex fibers, so jackets, where you have different layers. And then is the question, is there a cost-effective way of taking these different layers from each other? And we do it with the case of fiber suits, because it's a very complex stream, but the fibers that are inside, and to what extent customers in repair are willing to buy this kind of services. And so we have these two pilots, and I maybe just show, that's the dismantling station, where you see a cutter and then a thing on the right side that takes on the stripes. And this is the repair station that was shown this morning also. Why is this important? Because it helps us, and we talked about should we give incentives to end consumers to do more repair, to buy more reusable. Of course we should, but I think it's also very important to do more innovation and to try at the basis to get circular business models that work and that have an efficiency that is high enough to just in a structural way offer it without giving incentives. The question is for later on. This is our circular community center, by the way.
Thank you.
These different working groups, because, well, this cluster of projects really was funded with this goal in mind, namely to create a permanent expert community and central knowledge hub for practical application of EU-funded science and technology for textile sustainability. And our activities are threefold. So for one, we want to foster inter-project collaboration by bringing together the experts across Europe that all work on textile sustainability and circularity, so that they can exchange their knowledge and their best practices. The second objective is that we want to foster engagement with policymakers. So occasionally we consult our expert community to then provide their knowledge to the policymakers in Brussels for their decision making. And the third about the research that is going on in these projects. And therefore we organize roughly every other month webinars that we call Insight Series, where then these projects can present their research. But yeah, basically what you will be able to see on the next slide are just some photos to show you, well, that of course as our community is spread all across Europe, we mostly meet online, but we also try to always invite our community to then gather at these community events like our conference, because it's one thing to meet online and exchange, but it's also always nice to have this personal interaction. Okay. But yeah, so and the slide that will follow afterwards that you will see then is, yeah, now you can really see the pictures, and then exactly, so just for your imagination.
Who imagine it?
Lots to imagine. So yeah,
okay,
we can stay. So yeah, these were visuals from our conference in Barcelona last year, and this year we have similar topics that they address, right? For example, eco-design is of course addressed in more than one EU-funded research project. And in these working groups, the experts that are interested in exchanging knowledge and best practices are invited to join and discuss with their peers from all across Europe. So we will have, or we have one on research and innovation gaps and needs, on joint dissemination and the technical working groups, on environmental assessment and the PEF, ESPR, and safe and sustainable by design. The second one is on recycling technologies, and the fourth on renewable materials and standards. And now I also wanted to quickly highlight some more other projects. You already got a good overview of the variety of research topics that were addressed here today by the colleagues of mine that presented before me. But we at Textile ETP are also involved in a couple of other projects, which are, well, the CISO-Chat project, which I will skip because Frank already talked about it. And then we also, I need the slide in the middle, like the PESCO slide. It's not working. Yes, that one. Because I just wanted to also mention this project to you, PESCO project, which started in January, so it's quite new. And what they are doing is working on this difficult task of, separating cotton and polyester from mixed streams of textile waste. And okay, I need this slide on solstice now. Also just, I wanted to mention this project because it actually has a local link to Berlin, because what the Solstice project does, which also started recently, is that they, in 4 different regional clusters, so to close the loop, but with a focus on the region. Yes, okay, so almost coming to an end. Just if all of this was interesting to you, these are our upcoming activities and events that we have planned. So the Insight series are these dissemination webinars where we have our variety of projects present their results and their progress. We have 2 more planned this year, and then of course the conference that I was mentioning, which will be in Milan in October. And I know that Herewear will also be there again, so we're really looking forward to have you there as well. And to stay in touch, well, you can follow us on LinkedIn, where we will announce also news from different projects and when they have events, and also, well, our webinars and conference. So that's it from my side. Thank you for your attention and if you have questions.
Thank you, Tina. I think you need to have lightest. The PowerPoint should be lighter. Lighter. Any questions?
Hello, I have a question for Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
How long does it take to grow the resilient? A week or a month or?
So from when you inoculate it, we need almost 3 weeks for having the sheets. So of course the quantity depends. Analyze also this fragile. I mean, it's at least it's more fragile than leather. So you cannot shake it like this, because if not, it gets broken. So we have this gentle, nice machine that can, yeah, like a baby. And so we are trying now to have it also internal. For growing?
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a growing room specific because the temperature needs to be around 23, 25 degrees. So you need a certain also humidity, different condition that permit the mycelium to grow well.
Okay. So they won't grow any mushrooms then?
No, we deactivate it, so you don't have the fruits. No, you have just this blank, white, super nice sheet. Yeah.
Okay. Have you have any thoughts of making it into fibers?
You cannot make it in fiber because it's completely different size kitting. So
just checking.
Yeah.
No.
But we can talk later.
No, what I meant is that it cannot be woven on it.
Yeah.
No, I thought you.
Yes. For QC, yeah, okay. I wonder about the technology of filtered fiber. How about like prints or dyes? Is this allowed, or does it give extra difficulties?
Yeah, it depends from the prints of the dyes. So yes, there are a lot of these kind of limitations, and actually there right now we are doing these design guidelines together with Adidas. So that's actually we are going through all these kind of details that what actually should be avoided. And I think that we quite many we already know. And quite well, for example, H&M and Adidas actually have in their own design guidelines these kind of things, like what to avoid, for example. So yes, there's certain kind of dyes which really prevents the recycling of that fiber.
But it means like post-consumer cotton is then quite difficult, because you have to know the composition and which kind of dyes and chemicals are used.
Yes, I think that in the future it will be easier. I got one surprise that when they were scaling up and then there was some metal in the mass, and we were wondering what the hell is this. But it must be some metal colors, because those were still used in 10 years ago, 5 or 10 years ago. So all these kind of historical textiles actually are really problematic. You really don't know what they are including.
I wanted to ask the same question because we had an SME last year. She was using refact. She was using mixture of cotton, up to 70% cotton in bulk bales, and she was being. She can use a system, and I was I was wondering whether it was infinite fiber that she was using as a technological process to transform this 70% minimum cotton into fiber.
Yes, I don't know if it was it, but it might be so costly. So that's now the limit, so yeah.
I have a question for Safa. Yes.
I'm
sorry.
I was just wondering, because you're doing the leather alternative, and I was just wondering the price point, because leather is like very expensive, and I was wondering if you're doing especially leather goods, like are you targeting like luxury market, or is it like small business? Like what's the price point for square meter if I compare it to?
We are addressing right now luxury because brand. You don't have a lot of cost for what concern the production, meaning like energy or chemicals or this kind of stuff, because we have the machine that basically does everything for us. But still, like you are growing more, so when you go in a quantity that is bigger, the price will decrease. So right now we are like in capsule collection. It's the mindset change that also should come also from consumers. So it's quite hard, yeah. And the one that I showed was one that made it, but right now we have some agreement, and we did also some collection with, for example, Balenciaga and the Kering Group. So, yeah.
Hello, I have a question. Annalisa, if I got it right, but I think you triggered the question, but it's addressed to everybody, that all the speakers or the guests here. The consumer behavior, the need for consumer behavior was a recurrent topic today. Yeah, the incentives for consumer education, for consumer and so on. Yet, even though all these projects did a great, we all know why, but we never speak about how we are going to do that. Maybe just, I know it's a difficult question, but I thought that's at least maybe to reflect on it.
No, it's a question to all the projects that are, trying to change the game, both from the production side and from the demand side. And so they go one hand in hand together. So it's like chicken and egg type of things. But it is true that this afternoon we spoke more on the men who believe that, but maybe someone has
activities, but it's very hard to run as it's labor intensive.
And we have one last question. There was someone behind you. So, and you read it.
So just regarding the artificial leather,
yeah.
I was wondering if you have thought, or if it's possible, or if you have tried to produce pieces in the shape of the intended end product.
Yeah, we tried. To be honest, in theoretical level, we can do it. Like the machine can grow in any shape, size, thickness, to give it the shape that you want. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have a question concerning the knowledge transfer, because I'm representing an educational enterprise. We train future custom tailors and fashion designers, and I was looking to all of the work you have done and respect. It's a huge work, but to be honest, when I think about to transfer all this know-how to the multipliers who will be a future leaders or whatever in the fashion and textile industry, I miss a little bit, or I would say it's a little. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Esther. This is exactly what we are going to talk towards the end of the session. And also, this is one way of...
From the research pulled into the text and then went through the words, the language, specifically for education. So all of the language in things like the Bio 10 have been adapted for teaching.
So I have to do deeper research to find all this out. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Short break.
Yes, we start again at 4 for the round table. So we have a good 15 minutes break.
Oh,
panel discussions on different topics of Herewear. The first roundtable is on circularity and will be moderated by Marta from Sketch. So, Marta.
Thank you very much. I'm delighted having the honor to moderate this full female panel. And I can't believe the project is almost over, and this is the first time I'm seeing some of you. And I'm very surprised that you have bodies. I didn't know that. So that's a pleasure. Actually, Jessie gave us a very tough exercise for these rounds of panels. We only have 30 minutes each. We are a bit delayed, so let's make sure we are introducing this panel and finishing this panel in time, so that there's no domino delays. And Jessie had the fabulous idea that we all pose the same 3 questions on the panel. So for the panelists, Project Manager Circularity at Circular Fashion, welcome. We have next to Bea, Nona Dokusova, co-founder at Britannia, welcome. And I learned Amber Bishop-Kainu. Thank you for helping me with the Finnish pronunciation. Product Development at Nature Indigo, welcome. And last but not least, Kirsi Niinimäki, Associate Professor at Aalto University and here with New Cotton. Welcome, it's a pleasure. So we do this one after the other. So I have the same question for you, and we finished the round. We need to make snappy and short answers. Let's try. So the first question, and you have the pleasure to start, is who are you? And what is your take on circularity? Because that's the topic of our panel.
Super, thank you, Martin. Hi, so my name is Freya and I work at Circular Fashion, which is just down the hall as well, in this building. And we're a Berlin-based consultancy, and we work with fashion brands to help with the ability of a product. And then we are also looking at how to put that product together so it lasts the longest. So everything to do with the physical durability, to the features that these products have, so that consumers want to keep them for longest. And then how can we keep these products in the system for as long as possible? So this is through business models, but then ultimately also recycling. So closing the loop.
Fabulous. What was your role in Herewear?
So in Herewear we were designing the design inspiration tool. So this was a software to enable designers to get inspiration about their concepts and to really go through this whole process of material design, circulation.
Use case, but yes, I'm Nona. I'm one of the co-founders of Britannia, a small family-owned for prototypes that we had. And we had 2 scenarios, like the flexi dress from Hypercell, and then the day shirt that you can see there also from PLA. My take on circularity, for us, for me and my sister, is really like a very holistic topic. For us, there is no easy response, and what we also learned through the Herewear project, there are really many different aspects. It's starting with the design, then we talk about materials, manufacturing, then the awareness of the customers and the users, then infrastructure of recycling, or also repairing and collecting and sorting. So there are so many aspects, and it's for us like a continuous learning. And I could only say to everyone who really tries as a brand to do that, it's there is no one answer.
Over to you, Amber.
Hi, I'm Amber Bishop-Kainu. I am an American that moved to Finland in 2007-ish, I think, so I've been living here, oh my god, somebody do math, but in Finnish, and so with a lot of Google Translate. And then somebody down the road was like, this guy plants these weird little blue, well, they're not blue plants, but they create a blue dye. And he drove up in my driveway one day, and I was like, this is not a thing for the textiles world. Nobody's going to buy natural dye. And then he drove up into my driveway when I needed to do like a job shadow, basically, and so I have been working with him ever since. And I had to really rethink the way that I view color in order to think about the job and to really see how it fit into where I see that fashion or textiles could go in the future. And I think of circularity kind of in a historical perspective. Like 200 years ago, people didn't just throw away their clothing. The clothing cost a lot more, and they viewed it as, and now we have...
Working as in the textile industry 11 years before then moving to education and then later to research. That's my story. And as an academic, of course, we try to open the new understanding what is sustainability in textile and fashion field. We also try to publish open access online as much as possible. So there's a lot of material that you can read, also educational material. A lot of books actually has been also published from this field. My take to circularity is that, well, if you think about what have happened, if you like historical view for sustainability, of course our understanding has been developed. I think that currently we are really strongly believing in circularity, but I see that that's probably like the step that we are now taking. It's not the final step. So I'm quite sure that we are moving onwards and begin to think about it more about this kind of sufficiency aspect as global limits and that kind of stuff, taking them a bit more seriously. But that, of course, the circularity is something that the industry is moving into, and I really try to help and support the transition in this step.
Let's stick to that for a second. Let's do the reverse order. We can spend a bit more time together. So if this is like the current state.
Now I'm outside for the Herewear, but I think that it was super interesting to see this kind of local aspect, that we should have much more different kind of fibers, for example, on textiles or garments. And we should really have, of course we still need this kind of mass manufacturing. If you think about basic industry, I think that it's going to be too costly to decrease or make that smaller, but I think that there should be much more alternatives, and there were super interesting examples over there. I hope that everyone try to also open their mind that we are so stuck on this current industrial mass manufacturing way and the cheap prices, so that understanding should change.
Thanks a lot. Good input for the next panel to come, but let's move on with you, Amber. From your point of view, so your take on learning from history, circularity is not a new concept. Actually, it's a very old, it's probably the oldest concept. Did you learn anything? What are your key takeaways from, looking at the results and also working, collaborating in Herewear and talking and listening to the partners?
I think one of the biggest things is there's such a potential for growth. Like, there's such a potential. There are always issues, but like it's possible to look at it from a creative solving perspective. And I think a lot of times when people think of circularity, they get a bit disappointed and not really sure how that can impact their daily lives. But I think creating communities like this that is positive about changing the way that the textiles industry works, but also like small scale, like watching your brands has been absolutely fascinating for me, because like y'all made a straw dress, like that's cool. I mean, I think it's connecting people has been one of the biggest things. Yeah.
Thanks a lot.
You also learned a lot.
I guess everyone is best now about because we were part of one project. Yeah. I would start systematically. So basically with the design style, the feedstock, then what kind of construction, what is the impact if we do this or that, and also the manufacturing perspective and the life cycle extension. So all these aspects we had already experience because since starting our own company, we are like sustainable fashion brand, but here we really went into the discussion that we could not have otherwise. I mean, also because of the design guidelines and garment scenarios that were part of the research also. Other aspects is that we learned really a lot about the textile itself. I mean, we as a brand, we don't have always this knowledge of the textiles, of the fibers, what does it mean, and we understand that there is impact at each step when you produce a fabric, but it's different when you see it with your own eyes and then discussing with all partners and researchers on different steps, from starting with a pit stop until the final fabric and all the steps in between. So it was a big learning for us, and also showed the potential to learn more, and how important this is also for the final understanding of the design, and also different approaches that you can go through the material first approach, but you can go also to a product. Then it's the material guiding. And last but not least, it's the network manufacturing and also the microfactory. There is really a great area there for that still we need to learn about, and the digital elements around that. For the circularity idea, we already knew this from our first collection, so this was for us a great further exploration. But I think for me it was really a great new experience for the first time.
Thanks for sharing. Very systematic.
Yeah, it is. Thank you, Isha.
Same question?
Yes.
I think that what we've learned a lot is just the value of the knowledge of the partners, because we have come from a focus which is circularity, of course, but there's two other pillars in here, bio-based and local, and there is really such a wealth of knowledge amongst the partners that we were able to draw upon, and I almost see it a little bit as like a microcosm of the industry, because even though we have been pushed together as partners, we also still needed to find ways to work together and to develop the language that we spoke to each other, because there was sometimes a difference between if you're working in industry or academia or research, to actually dig deep into the questions that you want answers for and identify who are the partners who actually have the information that you need. So of course, looking outwards, there needs to be more opportunities for people to come together and to feel that they can actually share knowledge with each other in a way that there is a mutual benefit in the future.
Thanks a lot. Very, very optimistic, positive takeaway. Last round. Let's stay with you, which has been touched upon quite a bit here by you guys. So we understand where we are right now. We understand what we learned. What has to happen in the future? So we are not. Let's acknowledge we are not where we have to be. What would be the key next steps? I know it's a tough one.
I mean, I look at the work that has been produced here, and I think that there needs to be, obviously more infrastructure, more opportunities to scale up all the way along. Because even if you develop a wonderful material, bio-based, with the technologies that we have here today, when we look at it from a circularity perspective, it has to retain, I'm going to say, that purity all the way through. Because you don't want to put all of that effort into something and then for it to be made locally as well, the sort of who is in these areas, who is in Berlin or Germany, or the countries that you're from can also help with this.
Sounds like a great next application of 379 pages. I don't know if you have any plans next week. I hope you took notes of yes.
No pressure.
Almost finished. So, practicalities aside, what has to happen? What will be a great and reasonable next step to elevate what we all learned here and achieved here in Herewear?
Specifically now talking about how Vertena was thinking to continue, so we have like two aspects. One is that we want to have like a new piece of collection. We still need to think with bio-based material, because today morning we were talking about that. We know that with upscaling it will take a bit of time with the new materials. So we decided to implement all the knowledge in a new garment that we can already bring on the market with bio-based material. So this is the immediate step, and we work together with our partners in Herewear to achieve that. And then from other perspective is more the local community that we would like now somehow to continue building up in the location where we are in Wiesbaden, considering that this will help not only the awareness and the connection in the community with people like-minded or new people who want to know about that, but also putting infrastructure for repairing and collecting the garments, because for us the challenge is how to get the garments back. We have our partners once we get them, but then how to get the garments back to us is something that is related a bit to the awareness that our customers or users need to know to bring them back, but also that they do it and then something. So this is just the near future. The far future we will see, but it's about with the infrastructure and the solution that will come in the future from technology perspective.
Maybe that collection part could also have a little paragraph in that application. Over to you, Amber.
Okay, so I
Okay, perhaps I return back how we started today. So there was this policy talks, and I think that actually that's really important what is happening. I really strongly believe this enabling policy. So if all these regulations which are now under construction will be implemented, we heard some timelines this morning about 3 years or 4 years time, there will be a big change. So there will be a lot of things that will be pushed onwards, as well as then a lot of things that will be prevented. So I think that that's actually, I'm quite hopeful with which is now seems to happen, and seems to be that EU is really like pushing and they really believe this change. So let's hope for the best, and I think that will make a change.
Sounds like a kind of momentum that we have here, a chance at least. Thank you so much. Thanks for the great statements, thanks for the great input, thanks for the fantastic collaboration, and for being here with us. And now I hand back. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, Marta, for moderating, and then I will introduce now Jessie, who will do a round table around our local aspects. Yeah. Here.
So Alice is here, Annalisa, Marta is over here. Okay, this is the second round table, and our topic is local. So it's not exactly the same question. Though I'll ask the same questions. To Saman Kodabede.
Bende. Saman.
Huh? Saman is okay.
It was a nice
But I only tried your last name today. But then, of Mifil, who part of the Herewear project, Annalisa Moro of MyFi. You've just met Marte of Sketch, who is actually our host in many aspects. Annalise Gra of Haute Couture, but also has been collaborating a lot with us through Avontex, the fair which is within in Herewear, because it means a lot of different things to different people. In the Herewear community, when people signed up, over a third of people said they were interested in becoming part of a local production chain. But then we discovered that we don't really know what that means. So what do you think it means?
I think local is, well, at some point related to predetermined situations, depends on geography. So I think the first aspect, in my opinion, of locality is it's given. It's it's not flexible. For example, we could not start growing mangoes here. I guess maybe a few ornaments. You don't know, but I don't think we will see it. So first point is the part that is like inherited, let's say, or predefined, and then you could add it up with other aspects of possibilities to move materials for doing something. I mean, thoughts can be moved anyway, but when you talk about physical goods for producing something, I think there are possibilities that make sense to produce locally in a well-connected infrastructure. So, yeah, there's those two aspects that are regional, in my opinion, and I think we shouldn't try to change everything from where you are. You should start, or you could start to change in a radius of a few kilometers, 100 kilometers, and it's fair enough to do that. And if everyone would do that, it would pass on that effect. And I think something sustainable could come out from that.
But it's interesting how you connect the idea of local to being part of a network. Yeah,
You cannot
that's
do
a new
anything
take.
alone by yourself. I think so. You always need a team, but I don't think or at least on the global scale, I think locality can be on smaller scales and be as valuable.
Annalisa?
Well, from my perspective, local, well, I agree with you, and it's interesting that you say you cannot change the environment. From my perspective, that is also, I would say, nature and a little bit fungi perspective, is that, yeah, we cannot change our environment, so we should, in a way, adapt and create something based on what we have. So also to have distributed, for example, production processes is very important, and I think that be based on local means also to understand, to know what is available and what we can do with what is around. So I think that we are really interconnected, but I think that nowadays we just forgot that we are unique, and also we are looking for unique stuff. I think that the problem today is that we want standardized items. So this is the main point also that I think that we are facing when we are producing, that people, brands and end users, I would say, they require standards. They require the same things everywhere. And this is a problem. This is a problem because we are not, we cannot rely on nature, and we cannot respect and produce really in a good way if we standardize, because it's impossible. The world is different. So for me, local is really to be linked where you are on the ground, meaning social ground, environmental ground, also the economy, and try to create networks that also rely on the local, but also keep also the economy alive. So keep also the value, that's what we are producing, because right now we are producing, but the value of what is produced is not saying where you are producing. It's just give away, you know. So we are producing in low countries, and the value stay in our rich countries, for example. So we should also change our relations among ourselves also.
That's very interesting. It's sort of like, well, we think that way for cheese or for wine, but we don't think that way for clothes. No? Martha?
And that's actually surprising that we even have to talk about local.
Yeah.
I mean, this is actually how I started like working in this field, because I tried to produce 1,000 pair of jeans in Europe, and it was impossible. I thought, is the only thing I can get this pair of jeans produced 100,000 pieces in China? That doesn't make any sense. So, and if we even think about circularity, and there's this quote that we have enough clothes looped around for the next 6 generations. So if we stop extracting any resource, if we stop producing any new clothes, there's enough for our children, grandchildren, children, enough clothes for the rest of their lives. So obviously it makes probably sense to work with the resources we have, and that makes most sense in a local scenario. Of course, that doesn't sound very reasonable to send this abroad to get it recycled, for example. So I think the transition towards circular economy pushes the conversation of more local infrastructure, more local supply chains, stakeholders, the devaluation of the product, which costs less than a coffee, and so on and so on. We need to rediscover those relationships and those direct conversations and experiences between the stakeholders. So, very honestly, if we would go outside and ask the kids how clothes are produced, they don't have a clue. No one has ever experienced how clothes are made, who's involved, and that is because of that disconnect and because of the distance. Last thought on this, local probably does not replace global. Like, we can discuss, but maybe it's it can assist. It can be like a twinned infrastructure, because we can pilot things, we can innovate on things, we can test things much quicker, and we need fast solutions. So probably local infrastructure and local supply chains and local networks could advance and speed up those developments.
Yeah, I've seen the term translocal used for that. So both local and networked at the same time. But it's also interesting how you pick up on the relational aspect. But that's also for the next panel, which will look at the social aspects. But in terms of knowledge flows, I think was more your... Alice?
So basically, I totally agree with what Marta said, and it made me think about Africa, because in Africa you have cotton, which requires less water than everywhere else, but Africa is not the main provider of cotton in the world, so how can we explain it? And for me, it's if we solve this question, maybe we will make a step forward toward more local production, because it is precisely in Africa that we are sending in Europe our unsold garments, and people there, they are wearing it one time, but basically it's also the reason why the local manufacturing is not as much developed as it should. So yeah, just to add something to your point. Then what you said is also very inspiring about networking and creating a local chain. The thing is, one of the speakers today had a map with the difference between the classical manufacturing system, international manufacturing, and the Herewear project manufacturing system. And so on this map we had little cycle everywhere, and this is something I really enjoy, the idea that we can create local loops, because of course we are not consuming fashion only in France or in Germany or in England or in China. So of course this way to think could be an international, local way of creating the future of fashion.
Yes, it is. Actually, that was
from
me.
existing
It wasn't
clothes.
me. I was trying to get that into my PowerPoint. It was Lean who showed it. But yes, that's... I'll copy Marte and go backwards in the other direction. No, Alice? So it's you again. So the second question is, what have you learned from Herewear? You've not been totally outside the project, but you've been connected to it and you've seen what is here in the exhibit.
First I learned that people, very different people and with different backgrounds can work together on a very complex project. In my opinion, and we were discussing with Frederic about it, is certainly the most finalized European project I've ever seen in the textile industry. I hope it's not the last one and that we will go further with this one. What I learned is finally it was not such a long time to be able to make this in the end, even if it's not the even if of course we could improve and go further. And so yeah, and it's also a good example of like the way we can use new technologies to make good things, not only like support certain candidates efficiently. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Very nice, kind words. Martin, you've been a project partner. What have you learned in the last 3.5 years?
I learned that it's very unusual that you put stakeholders somewhere in Asia Pacific. So everyone wants that, but it's almost impossible to do that for many different reasons. And what I learned is you have to change, you have to design upon those limitations. Yeah. So if you want to produce locally and you want to implement a circular value chain, for example, then this is a design challenge first and foremost. European supply chains, things are lost. Let's face it. So they probably are not easy to be returned. There's a loss of know-how. There's a loss of routines, and there's a loss of infrastructure. These projects like these, and many people are working on that. But what it actually means to apply, what does means that designers have to embrace that challenge and work upon those settings.
Partner, but I think that yeah, I completely agree with you, and also I think that as Europe we lack of resources, so this is a limitation that is also geographically put on us. So I think that when you have limits, you should just work. I think that also the most challenging things for innovation is the economy and really the way that our system is designed, and I think that design should also apply to our society. Not possible. So we should be able to say, okay, I just will produce something that has quality, a lot of quality, maybe higher prices, and I share the market with other innovators. Why I think that nowadays we are so pushed to produce a lot and we are pushed to compete. Of course, competition is also in nature is good because it brings you to innovate and to do more, but not when you are just going against someone else. So really, I think that innovation skills, but design wherever, also in social science.
This is very interesting. Our idea of local is emerging as something that has to do with collective creativity in a certain sense. It's your shirt, no? What I helped. What?
And added to their professional background, this individual drive can really change the pace of how you get the results, or or sometimes it's just a small deviation from the direction you go towards. And if you get it right, you go to the land where you find a lot of fruits at a very specific moment, I think.
That's very interesting because it links to our idea of local. I think the attractiveness of the idea of local is that you're dealing with people and not the boxes that they work for.
Yes. And again, you can work with a company.
Or
that is
as much as the boxes that they work for. It's not, yeah. So,
of results. I think it's not enough to give out guidelines and knowledge only, but actually I think it would be helpful to give, when it comes to garments or to a product, real orders to those off-takers. So I'm thinking, I don't know if it's viable or feasible, but to have a real look back into the industry by orders from anybody who could support these kind of results by not only pushing prototypes but also pushing a flood into circulation. Long story short, an order of 10,000 of those garments could be interesting not only for the supplier but also for the way it's being received, for the circulation, for the recycling, for the different things. But to transform it into a real order, because there's a lot of talking and white papers, but why not investing into real order?
that's very interesting. There's been talk today of regulations as a policy instrument, but little talk of procurement as a policy instrument. And there was very much in fashion about 5 years ago talk of pre-competitive procurement, namely procurement of outside the rules of...
Related to local, we will map the feedstock, for example, and the byproducts that are present on the territory, because one of the main challenges for us, for example, is to know what is and where it is. So we know that we know our substrate and what we need for growing our strain and this material, but we don't know where to find it. And this is also a gap of information. I think that in a way can create limits to, for example, biofabrication and people that are working on bio-based materials. And then having really great collaboration is so important. I think the most important thing.
That's really interesting because that's one of the in-depth projects that is almost finished that we funded from Herewear, done by the way, I should introduce you to the Van Vitelli University in just outside of Naples, San Leocho. And they did a mapping, a regional mapping, and worked on the methodologies to check the Corin European land cover database and other sources in order to get a regional mapping of biomass that is available for this type of purpose. It would be interesting to collaborate on that.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Great, thank you.
I see what your hidden agenda is. Jesse hates travel and he wants it. So I would love to see like Herewear flying in the future, and those and Nona's your statement gave me a lot of optimism that you're going to proceed with that and scale that and introduce new garments, because that's what's needed, I believe. So we need to include the consumer, and this is also funny that because we're great examples that are desirable and available and with a great service and accessible and affordable, so that we're in a catch-22 situation: no product, no demand, no supply, no. So that's why we have to involve the consumer and offer them great products embedded in great services, and this
in local in local supply chains.
In the production process, production of knowledge, production of clothes.
Yeah, and I think it's probably the
question was the challenges, a lot of challenges. On my humble level, I will try to continue to push those topics, especially on an event such as textile apparel sourcing, which is a very important marketplace for the sector. I was discussing with someone previously, telling the first time I made a conference there, I was with my teammate Claire Elliott, and we had only 2 persons in the audience, and it was about the social impact of fashion. And now, step by step, we saw more people coming, participating, asking questions, even exhibitors, when basically they are here to sell their products and they don't want to lose any minutes to do something else. So this, so I think level, we have this challenge about education, and of course I'm thinking about the election again and the way the social networks can have a huge impact on new generations. So of course people, they don't want to be treated as children, they want to be implicated in the process, so it's almost a philosophical debate whether if we have to be very simple and with colors and animation everywhere or if we have to show the things in their complexity. I prefer the second version. I don't know why. It's my intuition that we have to welcome this complexity and deal with it and stop going to simplicity all the time. Simple ideas, simple solutions don't work for complex issues. And also the idea that the climate change and they are fighting, the current fight seems to be against the very fast fashion brands. And for me, there is something, of course I'm not defending very fast fashion brands, but for me there is something, we are not taking the right way to solve issues if we are just saying that before in France we had fast fashion brands that are now competing against stronger fast fashion brands abroad. Of course they are stronger because the manufacturing is there, so their ability to be just on time is super strong. And now the solution from the people, not all of them, but it's like we have to forbid very fast fashion brands. Okay, well, is it the right way to fight against our issues? I'm not sure. Like, we have to think that this issue is our issue, but it's also a global issue. If we are fighting very efficiently in France, we will not solve anything globally speaking. So we, on the European level, the new regulation is something very important to go to this next step, which means engaging abroad too and stop having this, sorry, but colonial approach of the question. Sorry, the world, they are international. So yeah, stop thinking like there is a confusion in between the economic objectives local objectives and the big pictures when it comes to ecological issues that are bigger, maybe.
Yeah. No,
Maybe.
That's very interesting. That's the challenge for the European approach, which is very European because you can manage it in a certain sense.
In order to provide alternative for sustainable consumption of food, and the second one that many of you know what I do, that deals with textile waste and creates new products that support low impact lifestyles made out of textile waste.
It's a difficult question, I think. It's always a question where do you start, but I think my background is, I come from a family where at the one hand we were the people that filled boats in the Antwerp harbor. So I know the industrial environment and what piles means, because when it's numbers on paper, it still has something like, oh, it's okay, but it is not okay. And for those who never did it, go to a big harbor and make a trip with a boat, and then just be amazed how crazy it is what we consume. On the other hand, I had a grandmother from mother's side who had 5 shops, and that's where it went wrong for me probably, in high fashion women underwear, in some economical logic there or something. And until today I'm happy I did that, but I'm also convinced that we really have a problem and that we should change things. Everybody, and I think it starts with, because it's not so difficult, with being clean on its own. We say, it's an expression in Belgium, and clean...
Balayer devant sa porte.
And why I tell this, because it is a little bit about that we take the benefits, but what comes, the bad part of the benefits, the costs of the benefits, we just throw them over the wall. Imagine that you would do that with your neighbor. You live in a neighborhood and you go to the toilet hop, you throw it with the neighbor, you paint the top, you throw it with the neighbor. That's actually what we do, and just that the planet or some countries do not have a clear voice to stop that. But so we really should accept boundaries, I think. That was...
Hello, thank you for inviting me. It's really a pleasure. My name is Gal Benyamin. Just my background.
Who you are and what is your vision of social?
So my background is in fashion design. My bachelor in fashion design. I'm currently a master student in the Institut Français de la Mode. Specialized in leather, luxury leatherwear and leather goods. And I think that social impact and fashion is it's very strong. I feel like there's a huge gray cloud above this industry, and I feel like, and I know that many designers are extremely frustrated because of the nature of this industry, and we came to a very superficial point, I think. And to me, I would say that the most amazing thing is through the projects you see how, to be honest, quite easily you can reach very significant social impact using designers and people from other fields, because there are so many fields within this industry, and at the end of the day, I feel like there just need to be like the will to do it rather than accepting the situation as it is, and it just takes someone to initiate it. And, yeah.
Thank you.
Hi everybody, thanks for holding on to the end. I'm Maria. Who am I? Originally from Colombia. I'm an ice cream lover, I'm a hiker, I'm an activist for conservation of nature, specifically whales and dolphins. And I'm working on a social enterprise in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. And what does it mean for me, social? Well, actually this, being able to see somebody in the eye and share thoughts and think. We have something in common, how can we help each other? And that's what social work means to me, is how can we make connections to our own values and the values of others that can support ideals, that can support cool projects to move forward as a society. So it's the co-creation, the co-construction of society.
You keep the mic. So, Maria, through your work,
through the inspiration, by the design, by the values of somebody else. And what I see from Herewear, not being part of the project, but hearing and being on the sidewalk, it's very inspiring that a lot of backgrounds come together with a purpose and pull it all together. And that for me is here where you are, now you're building a family or a project together. And I'm sure many of you are looking forward to move or continue. Once that the funding stops, what's the next step? How are we going to co-create this movement further?
so Benjamin, can you tell us more about the what you experienced through the project?
Of course. I think through the project that I did with Bastimer from Shelter Suit Foundation, which supports homeless people all over the world. I think the most important lesson is that we're in a time where we're so overexposed and over-consuming information, whether it's visual or numerical or whatever. And I think we're really quite detached from everything. And it's really hard to go deep and understand and actually comprehend whether it's an experience, a problem, or a feeling. And with Shelter Suit, once he took both management master students, both design students, and once you meet the refugees experiencing homelessness, and you understand the challenges that they're facing, and you understand that you have to design something for them that would actually have no aesthetic value and no economic value or anything, and so different from everything you're being taught. And you understand how much it's so much more rewarding, and it begins where you understand that there are so many challenges, because obviously you take the project, taking into consideration you don't want it to be a one-time thing, you want to like develop it and keep it going. And I think that I was really amazed that every time we approach Sketch or Balenciaga or a lot of brands, once they understood the purpose of the project, once they understood, and once they heard our stories from meeting the people, they were so willing to donate dead stocks or give donations, ateliers, source the project, manufacture it for free. And everything just came to us, like really with almost no effort, simply for showing really, I feel like human values. And beyond that, it was amazing how, again, like such different people and quality of different mindset from business-oriented, design-oriented, collaborated amazingly, which usually we wouldn't even exchange a word like in our natural environment, unless we have to. And I saw how the social impact actually continued beyond it, how actually like the ateliers that they gave free service, we realized that there are refugees that actually were taught sewing skills, and we could exchange other skills with them. We could enrich their knowledge more. The management people would teach them how to create like a proper CV so they can find like proper jobs and not only just like really easy manual jobs. I think it was just really amazing how once you experience something and once you talk to someone face to face, once you tell them your experience, your personal experience, and not numbers or some data, how it like really affects the person and it brings people together. I thought it was quite amazing and bring hope.
Yes, thank you. Very interesting. Also, what I hear is about the social. No, you can take the chemistry was much faster when you were talking and taking the textile from the social perspective, and so suddenly everything went very fast. You know, we didn't have to spend that time to build that chemistry.
But if I might just add,
yeah.
If I might just add, because I heard it so many times at the beginning with Adidas, how they say like that the consumers don't understand circularity or sustainability, and I feel like this is the thing, like people really don't understand, like they don't know, and I feel like there are certain things that are easier to understand and to, you know, manipulate them for the better, and I think this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, first of all, it's the third time that because I'm an outsider, like Marit, how we could do things differently, and I think that's important to, is a complete solution here, probably not, but at least it's cornerstones that will, let's hope, put a system in action that wants to do better and differently. Besides that, what else is needed? Maybe it's good to come back on the notion of welfare and well-being, and I think we are way too much with this kind of societies, and it's easy to say it when you are in these positions, but in welfare, and we forget that when you are too much...
You keep the mic. Thank you, Anka. So how do you, on that basis, how do you envisage that we can continue to be working in the textile and clothing sector, integrating more the social aspect? What would be the very next step?
First work would be together, and this is another lesson. I know I told myself not to repeat things that were already said, and I think we learned as well here Herewear is that we are not alone. And this gives us force to advance in this very, very challenging field. And there are three things that I will say here, and with all the modesty, I would like to say that I conducted some interviews within our community, and these three challenges, let's say, or changes, are shared by other members or partners. One is, it was already mentioned several times, education of consumers. No matter how much we advance technologically, scientifically, economically, and so on, if we don't couple our actions with the work of behavioral scientists, and we don't do, we don't make efforts to change the educational system, I think that we don't need only systemic change here, we need like total... We know that we need policies, and regulations, but I will put it like that, I will do the environmental injustice, the social injustice, illegal. Because we know so many, speaking of morality, we know already that there are so many human rights and other types of rights not respected and so on, but we still don't have the right laws in place. I don't know how we will do it, but we'll still be here. And the third one, I already mentioned it in fact, is this recognizing the need of getting rid of the GDP as the main indicator, no, and relying always on the quantitative indicators.
Oui, replacing it by le bonheur national brut.
We have this in Bulgaria. There are several works being done in alternative indicators already, but not embraced yet.
Frank, the next challenge.
A single piece that goes to our hands, not only to link it up with somebody who maybe still needs it, but also to understand what goes wrong with the design here, how too much we have from this kind of pieces. What is the built-in eldering? We see a lot of that in electronics, by the way. Then I think we objectify the problem, and I hope, and if we do this with more social companies and only Chemical Antwerp, of course, then I hope we have a good basis to give a push against the system, besides all the morality we maybe can have.
Maybe we can think about the true cost.
So, yeah, I think probably the most important thing is that we don't disconnect ourselves from the problem, and we understand it's all connected, and there really is a need for tabula rasa. Like, we need to reimagine things and understand that it's really, we cannot just work in our neighbors, and we cannot just separate ourselves from nature or society only because we don't see it or because it's not affecting directly. We think it doesn't affect us directly, but yes, there's need for, I think, like really a lot of imagination and to tackle this problem in a new direction, because currently, as I mentioned, it's just going backwards. So
Yes, in-depth awareness on creative solution. Thank you.
Well,
Maria?
it's been said, right? So it's the awareness creation and be creative with solutions. So just to share a little bit about our experience in the Netherlands. Well, you see this little ribbon here, it has a story behind, and it's made out of livests that people wear in their travel towards safety. So it has a social connotation, it has a tangible story, and it's of course super bright, so it's a conversation starter. So that's for us, for innovation, so innovative projects like this. What is the storyline behind how it can be communicated to public in order to make it mainstream or make it, people start talking about it and people start recognizing, oh, there is actually this and that brand that is taking this approach. That's from our experience what we have done, is telling the story, what we do, and for those that you don't know what we do, we work with basically extending the life of the garments that certain brands that we work with. So we offer the service of repairing. This project in the Netherlands as well, we collaborated actually in the past. So what is the story so that Herewear becomes in the people's background, so that I can start talking about it and ask for it.
And how we make the social aspect brilliant orange in the story. Thank you very much indeed. Before we close the panel, I would like to give the mic again to Anka.
Only to say that we are trying via Herewear
we work on building a first, I don't know if it's the first, but a European map of social enterprises working in the textile sector, with the aim of increasing their visibility, but as well to make easier the connection between brands, companies that need their support. And we are kindly asking for your support in scanning this code, and if you know social enterprises within your regions, your countries, or any others, just to put them via our survey. Was I clear? Thank you.
Almost there, but we still have a last part, which will actually be to look a bit in the future. First, my colleague Guy will give his viewpoint on systemic change in the clothing and textile sector, and then Friederike will tell more about the next steps within the Herewear project itself. And as soon as everything's up again, I'll give the word to Guy.
Pleasure to also still address you. On the one side, really a pleasure, but on the other side, I think also really a challenge. It has been a long day, a lot has been said, so what is still that? Nevertheless, a couple of words, and trying to frame it maybe also from the inside, where we think that Herewear can still contribute as a role and so on. So to just quickly start, I would like to think about 5 years back when we started to look at this potential project, and it was mentioned before. I think almost everything I will say was touched on before, but it's quite an ambitious project. Well, I think we can thank the EC for that, because this is what they published, and so if you just look at the title and you put something in there as reinventing fashion, I think they have been very, very ambitious to put something like this. And one of the first reflexes that we made when trying to answer the call was, can you just do what they ask? Meaning, they saw it as, you just replace our current material with bio-based material and you will do it? Or do you really need to go much broader and see a lot of other aspects that have to follow to make the switch? I think we're very happy that we indeed chose for not going with, let's say, the traditional, the larger scale, the more global approach, but try to look and link it to local. And it struck me also in the presentation this morning about the scenarios, that one of the key things to look into the future, to develop these potential scenarios, was really about the aspect local versus global. Of course, also some other things, but that it was really one of the key parameters. I think it's also clear if we look at Herewear, that we touch on some elements that fit for more than one of these scenarios. And in the end, as also mentioned this morning, probably we don't end up in one specific scenario, but it will be a mix. Maybe geographically, worldwide, you can have here or there a bit more, but also even within Europe, that we end up with a mix. Some things might be still very fast, very global. It was also mentioned in the panel. It's like everything I will mention came back, I think, earlier, but that it's not necessarily a contradiction between global, local, also not necessarily that we have to fight against fast fashion or so, but that really can be a mix. So local, global, key aspect. In Herewear, I would say we had two more core aspects. It's about the bio-based and it's about the circular. I think the point for us is now that we're almost at the end of the project. Are they still relevant? Did we make a good choice with these three? Looking at, let's see, how textile will probably change, potentially change. And I hope, and probably after today you are already convinced, but let's take a look and see how they still relate. First of all, the bio-based. Here it's maybe very simple about the fundamental change, but still on a picture. Basically we go from the oil to something more renewable. And I think we're all convinced on long term, and I stress on long term, we have cotton and then we have some other things. But the key thing, plastic side, what can we offer or what is being offered? Then you can see on the graph there, if you look around 24, 25, we are roughly 3 to 5 million tons. So compared to the 100, and this is not only for textiles, that's also for plastics, for a lot of other things. So it's only a very, very small fraction. I think that's one thing that shows it's ongoing, but also mentioned before, innovation takes a long time. I think especially switching from fundamentally about raw materials. And one thing I want to add here is there's also often discussion about can we use bio-based materials and how will it interfere a lot of the impact. Of course there is impact, and of course we have to be careful with this resource, but then if you look here at the circle, you see that the most land use currently is by far for raising cattle for our food, and if you look for bioplastics, it's now not even a fraction of a percent, but I would say a fraction of what is available to do and to make more bioplastics. And if you look then back at the graph shown before about the different materials, what is there on offer already? For example, for polyamide, you have bio-based polyamides. Also, if you look at the cotton, probably this good thing with the man-made cellulose and so, there's some offer. If you look for polyester, it's probably a lot more emerging, but still there is a variety of materials coming, like the one we used in Herewear, PLA, but also some other candidates, for example the BHA, and maybe some other, at this moment, more exotic ones, but probably with good potential to be really fitting for the textile. And one thing I also wanted to mention explicitly, and I know Annalisa already left, but there's also this part, let's say, really, I would say, fundamentally more different in the way they're produced, like this biofabrication, like growing mycelium and so. I think also judging from the questions that came today for this presentation, I think it's quite clear, it's attractive and probably has a lot of potential, but yeah, it's still open. And so if we look, I would say, at bio-based, there's still a long way to go, but I think it is feasible. Probably we will end up, as also mentioned before, with a larger variety of fibers, because now polyester is so advanced, and even if you come in different grades, it's all polyester. If you go bio-based, we probably have to deal with a larger variety, but it can also have disadvantages. If we look, the material hardly can be replaced one-to-one, in the sense that you have some polymers where you can use a drop-in, so you basically produce identical material, but bio-based or partially bio-based. Most often you see it's really a polymer that comes close, but not exactly the same. So the properties are different. So what we think correctly addressed in Herewear, then you have to take into account from the beginning, from the design. And also then it means that for processing, you might really need new technologies. It's maybe today a bit less touched on, but I think it's really the case. Think again this biofabrication, but also how we process the textiles. It can be really different because they're bio-based. If you then look at the second aspect about the circular, there I think to show again the fundamental change is quite easy on a slide. So you have the top, let's say our linear way of working. You just produce and you throw it away. I'm sure you're all familiar also with the lower part. You have all the different options. We know about these different things about the art. What I would like to stress is if one looks at it pure from the textile side, then I think the part on reuse and so is for the textile sector a bit further away because it's more, let's say, in the retail, it's the shops and so on who play a role. And if you look on the left, when we really go back to chemical recycling, it's the chemical industry. It's large scale, I would say, by definition. So I think there's a lot more in the middle for the textile industry that can be like fiber to fiber level, but especially what in my view is still not explored a lot is things like fabric recycling. How do you keep as much value as possible from maybe if you have some textile items where still part of the fabric is good, how can you combine that? It's really different from the way we now process the material, but probably both from environmental viewpoint and from, yeah, let's say the opportunities, it's an important one. So this is the change to make. Where are we? Well, it's maybe a bit more difficult slides, and I realize it's small print with this Sankey diagram. If you look in the top, that is like export, it's a reasonable fraction. The 2 out of, in total, about 13. Recycling, less than 1. And then the 2 biggest ones in the bottom, landfill and basically incineration. Just maybe still the numbers are again the 1 million tons in Europe per year for the whole of Europe. So it gives an idea. It's not even worldwide, it's just within Europe. We are the most advanced, but you still see how much goes to landfill, which is quite a pity. If you then look at it, how to change it, because why is this the case? Well, because economically it makes the most sense for the moment. What can change it? Well, if you really want to change, I think, the fundamental play field or stimulate it to go away from this, then I think we need external help. We need also, a couple of times mentioned today, we need like policies, we need to have the right mechanisms in place to make it work. I think there maybe sounds minor, but I think what can be really important is this extended producer responsibility that is coming. So we got it this morning also from the one person from the EC. I would say simply explained, every piece of textile that comes on the market, the producer has to pay a small fee. And the fee depends on how sustainable you are, hopefully according to some well agreed on rules, regulations, settings, like LCA based, product environmental friendly, footprint based, and so on. It's a small fee. Can it make a difference? Well, one example is that in California, it's one of the most advanced areas where they do carpet recycling. Why is that? Because I think it was more than 10 years ago, they started to have this system for carpets. And this small fee allows the companies to collect the carpets in a, let's say, economic way. And that is a big cost for them that falls away. So you can start to think about recycling. So even if it's only the order of a couple of dollar cents for, I think, a square meter of carpet or a kilogram of carpet, whatever, it's roughly the same, this small thing can leverage a lot to do it. So I think it can really be an important measure that also help to put in place is when we talk about circular textiles in Europe is, let's say, and it clearly says, it's not from me, but illustrative locations. I think it's still wishful thinking for the moment, but this is the view from the side like Eurotex, some big textile players in Europe, is of turnover by getting this into place. For the moment, the key thing is the economic feasibility. As mentioned before, often recycled materials are still much more expensive than the virgin. So how to get out of it? Maybe EPR can help. So if you look, I think, at the circular, maybe a bit less in the slides, but I'm sure through today it appeared. Even it's about the end of life. A lot is about the beginning of the product. It's about the design. And then also the materials choice. I think we will need a lot of novel textile processes there in how we make the items. For example, if we can use better recycled short fibers with the non-woven technology, with other technologies, then I think we make a lot of progress. And also, in the end, if you look at the different recycling technologies, for some you almost need as much energy as for virgin. If you break things down all the way to, let's say, a monomer or even a more basic building block, it costs a lot of energy. So in the end, mechanical recycling can help a lot. But then we have the fundamental issue that we have to separate fibers on fiber level. And there are some technologies, but it's still low TRL. But that's, I think, also one of the key challenges. If we then look at the local aspect, and after all the discussions in the panel and so, I'll do my best, but I think a lot is said. And I found it striking that, I think it was Jesse probably who mentioned it, it's maybe the more difficult that we thought about defining. I think also if you put fundamental change for bio-based, the oil barrel to the leaf, I think is straightforward. Here it's maybe a bit more difficult. My interpretation, I would say, we have on the one side, the opposite of local is the lower left, where you have these gigantic workshops, where a lot of people basically do the robotic work. On the other hand, if you think bio-based, we also have to be careful with this large scale, because it also means, even if I said, and we have the space, but still sometimes we do destroy the nature to grow the bio-based and so on. So it's this view of, I think, or the opposite of local can be this large-scale monoculture type of things. What comes instead? Well, I don't know how visible it is with contrast, but some things like the bioregional model, so trying to integrate in the region what you can do local, what do you have, focus on that. And then on the other hand, what we also have in Herewear a lot, maybe less focused on today, but is if you have local and you want to do it in Europe, I still think you need a high degree of optimization. Of course, you can also involve people, even if you do it with social. It's less extreme than with the challenge for the recycling or going bio-based, but you can see that We produce still some fibers in Europe, but the majority, of course, is being imported. And especially if you go to the consumption, to the clothing, you see the vast majority, as we all know, is being imported. Again, how can we get out? From European side, is there help from measures, legislation, and so on? And I think also from that side, there's something quite important. It was also touched on this morning. It's about the eco-design for sustainable products regulation. It involves a lot of elements. You see it there on the slide. But I think one of the key things is that it will include how much is open, of course, but at least a part on transparency, like what can you do with the digital product passport. On the one side for the actual materials, but also definitely with respect to from where does it come, origin, and so on. It will ask for some quality requirements, and what I think is maybe the most, attractive or intriguing, the right to have repair, which for some products might make a lot of sense. I think for textiles it's really a challenge, but as always, I think it's also really a nice opportunity. And okay, I think at the end of such a long day, we can also start to dream a bit. So I think if you look at this part and you put it for the textile industry and we talk about local, it offers quite some opportunities. Besides also, like from the inspiring part from the Netherlands, we can offer a lot, I think, of repair, but next to that also like remanufacture. But I think you can also do it with some novel technologies. For example, I don't know if you recognize the picture, but about a year and a half ago, at the spraying of the clothing, I think you can, with this type of new technologies, do a lot in this area, and also really fit for smaller scale and locally doing it in Europe. And I think that's what's basically here. When we look at local, I think we really have to look for these higher added value activities. Not try to do, let's say, on the level of raw materials, because I think then it will be very difficult. Naturally, I think this local comes also, if you do the smaller scale, that we need the grouping, the working together, the networking, I mentioned before. And especially also, I think here is really this option to see how we can integrate more beyond the textile sector. It's the social embedding. Can we have more the models like for cooperatives, for social enterprises, and so on. So I hope you are convinced they're still relevant. And to summarize it a bit, and I would join Friederike with being maybe a bit more provocative, but for me it gives a bit this feeling. I don't know how much you're familiar with the natural science history and the dinos and the mammals happily living for millions of years together. I think we're still very small. It's on the side of the textile industry, but they lived happily together, as said, for millions of years. And if ever there's a big trigger or a disaster, the ones that survived were the small mammals. So let's see. And I think that's also what we really want to do from Herewear side, is also to further help that. And that's why we focus so much already from.
What we wanted to share with you, is that we produced fantastic prototypes. And from a quote that I had from someone during one of our workshops, it looks simple, but it is dead complex to achieve, to do that. And there is a wow effect on the flexi dress and on the day shirt, which is that we had to discover a lot of challenges and we had to develop a lot of solutions to be able to transform this bio-based material, to refine, to improve, to adapt the weaving, the knitting, the finishing, and to make the production easy and connected and checked through, notably through the software, which was connecting all the softwares together between Circular Fashion and between Maybean and Queen of Row and Sketch and people like that. What we wanted to share with you is that also we are all throughout the project, we focused on the stakeholders engagement, community engagement. And again, a quote which was selected is design, test, improve, redesign, re-improve and retest, re-improve all the times. And do that all the time with the communities. Not only the consortium, which is a community in itself, because as it was described today, the chemistry between the partnership was very great, but also use the outsiders community which are surrounding us and which will be able to experiment solutions, to give feedbacks, and to help uptake of strategies being real because they have been tested in real life conditions. What we wanted to share with you is also impact. You know, we have been talking through change, and it is very difficult to change bad habits, and we have bad habits coming from the hundreds of years of linear development of the production of textile and clothing sector. But we believe that with such example as Herewear, we can make a deep awareness of something that is going to be able to change in the future. And you know, this is a much promising things that we described in Herewear, a much promising project, because we have these waste-based loops, we have this relocalization, we have the purposeful production which was all along the way. So, how we want to help you now, we have developed the Herewear resources. Magic. We have developed 40 resources which are at the same time very wide and very deep. Very wide for accessibility, very deep because there are lots of depth into these resources. And what we have been developing, of course, the contents and the look, because we need to have these resources being bright orange, as Maria was telling us, but also because we developed them together with a very systemic approach. So we did that with UAL, and unfortunately Rosie cannot join. Rosie Onberken could not join today, but she designed this schema to illustrate how rigorous and how multiple approaches to stakeholder engagement we needed to shape and to guide the curation of the resources. So it is not just a summary of what we have been doing, but it is something which has been developed into a constantly agile way and deep way to be checking that we were doing the right thing. So basically those 40 resources are on 4 themes and 5 types. The 4 themes is the themes that we have been talking through throughout the day, which are the circular strategies, the bio-based technologies, the local models, and the materials, because we cannot do anything, we cannot do the flexi dresses if we have nothing about the wheat. But we also have, for people who are looking into transversal approaches, we also design the resources through types. So you can have and you can download things which are very easy and very useful for you, like flexi dress and the ethical shirt, all the use cases that we have been capitalizing to be developing those resources. And these are the cards that you will find in the hub resources, which are absolutely public, with the little pictograms that illustrate what is behind. And all this was the width of the resources, this is the depth of resources. If you click on these resources, there you will be finding not only a summary and what it was all about, but you will find key takeaways, downloadable documentation, people to follow, and scientific links. Obviously, we are not completely, we haven't completely finalized these resources because it's a lot of work. But we wanted to benefit from that Berlin conference to have a soft launch of this feedback from real people all throughout the project, so we still want it. Look out for our survey, for which we need a deadline in July 2024, and look out for the official launch webinar of the full resources in September 2024. Use the Sketch and the Queen of Row platform with discount prices till December 2024 and benefit from the membership of the Herewear TCBL, because as Jessie explained, the governance of the Herewear community is in TCBL hands. And grow with TCBL Association, which is an association which
So thank you very much, Friederike and Guy, for these last words on our Herewear event.
Wy tak już jest?